hello. Welcome to stream. Hang on a sec, let me adjust this a little. Okay. Hello, happy Saturday. I'm not always Alex, thank you for 2 months.
Hex and cheers.
Heck and cheers. Hello. Hi. Today's plan. So you know when I was having that night, well, some of you might not know, but like night before last, I posted on Twitter because I was not able to sleep at all. That's why I was so tired yesterday. And that night, I also had the idea that it would be pretty entertaining to just give really bad advice for you. Morning? Yeah, John, it's morning for me. It is 10 a.m. How you doing? I'm doing well, Karina. Say welcome home, Rock Reckler. And Boz, thank you very much for the sub. Much appreciated. How's it going? It's going. Get your notes, chat. So normal to stream, but intentional this time? Yes, sweet Jackal. This time, you get the chance to ask questions. It's not just me throwing bad advice in general at people. Oh, don't worry. I have here, hang on a sec. Let me swap the scene over. I prepped stuff. I actually prepared things. Oh, we need to move this down a little though. Oop, not scroll me in, okay. There we go. So I'm gonna use Curious Cat so you can submit your questions anonymously if you feel embarrassed about your question. And not all the questions will be answered. I'll do my best to answer as many as I can that are entertaining for me. Never caught one of your streams, but I'm honored to finally be here. Hello. Remember, if you want to ask the questions, it has to be through Curious Cat. Any questions answered in chat, I may or may not read or answer. Blessed Heretic, heck and cheers for you. Let me adjust. Let's move this down a little bit. Yeah, that should be good. Have you ever answered the same question thrice? No, never. I only answer questions one at a time. And we'll see if the questions roll in. Oh my gosh, we already have 17 of them. And remember to follow the rules. If you don't follow the rules, then I don't answer your question. All right, let's see here. We've got a banger right at the start. Let's make this 24. Yes, okay. Dear DM, how do I ask my crush out for a date? Well, first of all, you need to make sure that your crush has interest back in you, which you can do this by a variety of different ways. So in the animal kingdom, it's very common for the female species to either devour or dismember the male once they are attracted to them. So what I recommend you do is cover yourself in some kind of delicious spread. So either butter, mayonnaise, jam, whatever, anytime you approach her. It might take you a couple of times because you got to figure out which one works with her, right? Like smells and displays of color and such are all very different things. And what might be good for some people with like
coolest.
Mayonnaise or jam might not be the best for other people. So I encourage you to first discover which spread she prefers on you, and then just lay on a plate in front of her, and you don't even have to ask anymore. Thank you for the question. I hope that helped. Mexican Ramen Cup, thank you for 2 months. Also, Loopning, thank you very much for the raid. Much appreciated. Can I use chili? Maybe. Are you calling us a slice of toast? I'm not calling you one. I'm just saying that that might be the best method for you there. Wasabi, exactly. I'll do that. That's what attracted my wife. See, perfect. Perfect. Let's see. Got another one here. Off to a great start. Dear DM, I like this. Someone who followed exactly what I had typed up there. Without rhyme or reason. Any advice on splitting naughty firewood rounds with an axe that refused to split? So first of all, you need to be reevaluating why you are splitting perfectly happy rounds when they've been in a relationship with each other for a very long time. Do you have the permission to do that? Are you third wheeling? That's something you need to take into account. Now, if they're refusing to split due to, I don't know, petty legal reasons or whatever, then I would recommend going the isekai truck route. It'll split into a whole bunch of pieces. I don't know how many pieces you need them to be split into, but make sure you get permission from the truck driver first. It could cause some issues. Like, I'm sure you've seen videos online of, like, trucks that have the big logs on them, and then they come free and, like, tumble across the freeway. They were trying to do that. What you're trying to do right here, that's what they were trying to do when they released them there, but they didn't actually get permission on the roads to split them up like that. So make sure you get permission first, otherwise you're going to be in the news. I hope that answers your question there. And thank you for the hydrate. I'm hydrating right now. What if they're codependent? I mean, if you're a firewood therapist, you might be able to get a bit more information on that. I can just give general advice on what you should be doing. Will questions without it be ignored? Yes, they will. Heckin' cheers for you, B, Falk. And Tintando, thank you very much for the hydrate as well. Let me hydrate again. Go Train Senpai. Exactly. Yes, Train Senpai works. You could also try the wrecking ball method, which literally involves a wrecking ball. But that's generally not for splitting so much. It's more for making sawwood. Sawdust. There you go. All right. Let's check the next question. I like this this one's a good one. This one, people are thinking about their content creation. Dear DM, I'm trying to expand my YouTube channel into a niche market of untapped content that nobody has pioneered yet. Any ideas on subject matter I can tackle? Well, you've come to the right place. In fact, I was actually thinking about this last night. So, I've found a very distinct lack on YouTube of videos on sidewalks. Just a video of the sidewalk. That looks like a still image because it's just the sidewalk, but you can tell that it's a video because over the 8 to 12 hours that this video was recorded, you can gradually see the sunlight change or maybe a leaf blow through it every now and again. So I think that's highly untapped content. Nobody's done something like that yet. So I think that you could definitely... World's most... No, not like most dangerous sidewalks. Like, we don't want to, like... There's plenty of the, oh, this is such a dangerous thing kind of channel, right? Like, just specific sidewalk appreciation videos for going for 8, 12, 35 hours at a time. I haven't found any of those on YouTube. I think it's a highly untapped market there. So you should definitely look into that. There you go. Gonna get demonetized if they're dangerous. Exactly. You want to make sure that you can make this your livelihood, right? Walk around along a sidewalk. No. That's a walking video. We want to appreciate the sidewalk itself. Just find a nice good patch of concrete. Beautiful. Don't actually give your videos names either, because you wanna build some of that excitement, right? Like, you don't want to have that clickbait type of thing, because then people are gonna look at it and be like, oh, I know this is concrete clickbait. You should just put vague numbers and letters together and let people use their imaginations to understand what the meaning is behind your concrete video. No, not stream001. Stream is too giving for the wording, right? What if if someone walks then into the shot? You're gonna have to retake the entire video. That's Yeah, you should definitely get, like, caution cones. Maybe get permission from your local city to set up an area so that people aren't physically allowed through it. I hope that helps. What about paint drying videos? No, those are already... Paint drying is already a thing. There's a movie that was submitted to get an award for that. All right, here we go. Next one on here. Dear DM, how do I make a cake in 5 minutes? Well, the difficult thing to, difficult way to answer this is, I only know how to make a cake in 1 minute, so you still have 4 minutes left over. So pretty much to get a cake in less than a minute, I saw TikToks on this. You get a box of cake mix, and you get one of those, like, gallon water jugs. Then stand up on a ladder, throw both of them at the ground at the same time, and you have a cake. That's how it works. So, do that, but in slow-mo. And that should take you about 5 minutes. You'll have your cake in 5 minutes. You're welcome. Okay, Ninasai, welcome home, Credo. Time to settle down after a stressful day at work. Hope everyone's having a good time. I hope so, too. You can make 5 floor cakes in 5 minutes with the 5 cakes? No, this is a cake. Egg means, like, it's a singular cake there. If you get really high up, it takes 5 minutes to hit the ground, so it's there. That's another option, Toxic Flame. Very good. Where do I get the slow-mo powers? I don't understand your question. If you have an Xbox, you have slow-mo powers. There's the amount of time it takes to get the ladder count. You should have an easily accessible ladder. Thank you very much for your question. Let's see here. All right, we've got a good one here. Rings home for the COVID pandemic situation here. So, dear DM, do you have any advice on keeping up work morale while being self-employed and working from home? So with the pandemic situation, I know it's been pretty difficult for some people because, like, you're stuck at home all the time. Emmy! Hello, Raiders! Welcome to girldm! I'm giving advice today! And Solvik, thank you very much for the gift sub! Nakamouse Raid! Hello, Raiders! Welcome! How was your stream? What were you doing? Gold nuggets with some little nuggets. You're doing ASMR. How was that? I hope it went well. Raiders of the Lost Bork. Oh goodness. Hope you're having a good stream so far. I am. I have a Curious Cat open where you can submit questions, and I am just giving. I'm giving advice. Yeah. It was very comfy. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. So, I'll continue to answer this question. So, as I was saying before, with the COVID pandemic situation, I know quite a few people have been feeling a bit, like, frustrated or tense because they're stuck in home all the time, working from home, and, like, you want to keep up your morale even though you're not able to go out and do things. So what I suggest you do is hire an assassin and make yourself the target. You will feel so alive as you try to escape being killed every day. It'll keep your morale up, you'll be able to appreciate things in life after the 3rd time you're poisoned. I think, plus the additional challenge of making sure that everything's locked down, that you found a safe room, that you've refortified the windows so the assassin can't come in and get you, will really, like, give you some spice to your life and keep your morale up and give you that extra challenge that you might need to feel more motivated while you're working from home. What about productivity?
Wow.
This question was only on morale. Although studies have shown that usually people only work for about 4 hours of their actual workday, so I think as long as you give additional consideration into the time, you might want to set like a specific time frame for the assassin that you hire so that you can make sure you're getting your full night of sleep every night. That's important too. Who's gonna pay the assassin when he's done? Oh, no, he only gets paid if he actually succeeds. The key to this for keeping your morale up is you need to not let the assassin succeed. Can we hire DM for assassination attempts? No, I am retired on that. Can I hire more than one for extra adrenaline? You can, but that is a bit risky. You run into the problem of the assassins possibly encountering each other. And generally they do need to work under secrecy conditions, so they might take each other out, and then you have 2 bodies to clean up, and you need to hire another assassin, which is going to be a ton more paperwork for you. Okay, I'm gonna say welcome home, Dodo-san, and Suk. Thank you very much for the hydrating meal. What are the rules for Curious Cat? It's up there. Are we talking about assassination? No, I'm giving advice on how to keep your morale up. Hire an assassin to try to take you out every day, and you'll soon enjoy the spice of life. Can I hire another assassin to track the other assassin and make me work twice as hard? 100%, you could totally do that. What about hiring 2 assassins to kill each other? No, milquetoast. So we want morale while working. That's just general entertainment. So, doesn't quite match up here with the answer to give it. How's your day so far? Pretty good. I had 2 hash browns and a fried egg for breakfast. Let's see here. We have another question here. By the way, thank you for the previous question. We have, Dear DM, any advice for me? I'm starting living alone because of college. So, one thing I would recommend then is to not live alone. So when you're in college, there are a lot of students around. So I would recommend, figure out at least 5 to 10 different people's school schedules while they're in their courses. Make sure it doesn't overlap with yours. That would be a little bit awkward. Just go into their homes and see what it feels like living in their own home while they're out. You won't feel lonely anymore. It'll feel kind of like a lived-in situation. Don't get caught. But yeah, it'll definitely help you with feelings of loneliness, and you might make some friends too if they come home unexpectedly while you're in their house currently eating their food, watching TV. There's also plenty of space in their walls. Sometimes, if the building's made of concrete, you might not be able to find some wall space there. You learn about someone without meeting them. Exactly. Wear their clothes and walk in their shoes, literally. Lead the limey, exactly. You know the phrase, walk a mile in my shoes? You're doing that. You should walk a mile in their shoes as well. Gives you lots of life experience. Rule number 1, don't get caught. Don't get caught. And Gambit, thank you very much for the gift sub. You recommend leaving some traces of myself around? Depends on if you want to try to make friends or not. Alright, next question here. Dear DM, how should I behave around new people to make the best first impressions? So when it comes to making first impressions, like you get your initial first chance. So what I highly recommend doing is always carry around a Bluetooth speaker with you. And when you meet someone that you think you might be interested in talking to and becoming a friend with them, you need to play a song that is going to make them interested in learning about you in general. So doesn't matter on the location, just always use this Bluetooth speaker, whether it's in the library, you're on the bus, and someone is sitting next to you because it's the only seat left on the bus. Use this opportunity to play Save Tonight by Eagle Eye Cherry. It is probably the best first impression song for you to use, and pretty much what will happen then is they will then associate that song with you. So anytime they hear Save Tonight, they'll just think back to that first impression they had with you, and since it's a banger song, it's gonna carry that weight for the first impression for you. So you don't even need to do anything, just stare at them without moving, don't lose eye contact, and play that song for them. What about All-Star? All-Star's a good one, but it's highly associated with Shrek. So I'm hiding in our attic one time. Oh, the one would also open the attic door so slightly. So yeah, that's fun. Already put the song to loop on YouTube. Got it. Perfect. There you go. You don't want to work with scent too much because generally there's other people around and you don't want to like have that scent be like the mingled scent of all the people around. That's not going to make the best impression because you're going to confuse their nose, right? About Wake Me Up Before You Go by Wham. Also a very good song. However, it's been used in a lot of media like Zoolander. So you want to choose Save Tonight by Eagle Eye Cherry because it's just a banger and you don't have to worry about being mistaken for a male model or a ogre in a swamp. About Scatman? That one also would be good. About Weasel Stomping Day? That one's a bit aggressive, I feel like. I Want You by Savage Garden. I think that one I would also use, yeah. Should I use obscure Vocaloid songs they've never heard before? You know, just choose one of them. Just choose one of them. That would also work well. Just use the wrong song. That could be it, Kukli. That could possibly be it. You should experiment with different songs to see which one gets you the best reception. One way that you can do that is by going anywhere that has people, so the grocery store, gas stations, and just walk up to people, but make sure to maintain that 6-foot distance because of COVID protocols, and just make eye contact, hit play, and whoever makes a good impression back on you first, go with the song that you used there. Should I use polka music? It might work. I highly recommend, like, the one that would probably get the best reception is Save Tonight by Eagle Eye Cherry, but thank you very much for the question. I hope that this advice helps you out. Gregorian Chants? Yeah, Gregorian Chants might also be good too. Can I use spooky music? You can. I've already given a recommendation there, so. Let's move on to the next question. This one is regarding art, and since I also do art, I think I'm highly qualified to answer this one. Dear DM, how do I get more people to see my art? So you have to think, when you're answering this question, where are the people? Right? Where are the people? The people are in cities, in towns, in houses, and such. So, the answer for this is, what is the room that every person in the world is going to need to use at least once per day? Sometimes 2 to 3 times, sometimes 4 times, right? The bathroom! Exactly, the bathroom. So, print off the artwork that you like the most. Make sure you have enough of it to cover any standard size bathroom, and get Mod Podge or some kind of other adhesion, and just go into people's bathrooms, cover the entire bathroom with your art. They'll wake up in the morning, they have to go to the bathroom, and they are surrounded by your works of art. It'll be a bit of effort on your part because the wallpapering stuff does take a bit of time. So, just cover their rooms with your artwork so that everywhere they look, they're surrounded by it and they'll be enveloped with your art, and it will be a relieving feeling for them anytime they see your artwork. Yeah, especially when they're using the toilet. Exactly! Captive audience. Creating a captive audience. Can I take people to my art instead so I don't have to cover multiple homes? I don't recommend that. You want this to be a passive situation so that people are seeing the artwork without you having to physically get them to see it, right? People don't like going places that they don't know, and they like their bathrooms because they use them a lot. Does this work for digital art? Yeah, just print it all out. Would it be better and less illegal to buy up the toilet paper industry and produce TP with your art on it? X, you can't just assume everybody has toilet paper. What about the people that have bidets? Plus, like, sometimes people use toilet paper for covering on cars or on people's houses, right? How do I get into their bathroom to put up said art? There's a variety of different ways that you can go about that. I'm pretty sure that if you're a dedicated artist, you should be able to get into any bathroom you want and get your art up there. But to work on windscreens of cars? Oh, we want to keep safety in mind. You don't want to put it on the screens of the cars. Thank you, Mino. Did you clean it after using the bidet? Some of the bidets have air dryers on them, so. Refer back to the question of living in someone's home. Exactly, exactly. You could wrap people's cars too. We don't want to be too distracting. We want it to be like safe. We want to give them a good feeling when they see the art. And what's the best feeling? Relief. Right? What drawing tablet are you using right now? I am not using a drawing tablet. I am using a mouse. Let's see here. Here we go. We have the next one. You do digital drawings with a mouse? No, I was asked which tablet I'm using right now. My digital drawings, I use a Cintiq tablet. Taken, thank you for the hydrating meow. And Sergeant Hitman, heckin' big cheers for you. All right. Next question. Dear DM, I am new to the town I moved to and I am alone. What should I do? What do I do in terms of safety? Ero Karina say, welcome home, milk. I am home from food. Welcome home. So, you're new to the town you moved to and you're alone. What do you do in terms of safety? So, usually the spooky things happen due to other people that are doing criminal activity, usually. That would be what it is. So if you truly want it to be a safe area and you want to feel secure in your home and secure around you, you need to kick everybody else out of the town. You don't have to worry about locking your doors or people snooping in your car at night if there are no people around you. So what I recommend doing is convince everybody to leave. It'll be an empty town, and you will be truly alone, and therefore safe. Yes, defense is good offense, but not even offense. You just have to make sure you're not in the situation that would make you worried about safety in the first place. Any methods to make them leave? Well, you can use money, you can use... But if you build it, they will come. Like, if you just build a separate town that is far enough away from the town that you want to be emptied, just build a duplicate version over there or something slightly better. People will be highly motivated to move if you're like, hey, the house that you have that was built in the 1950s that has like holes and stuff, here's a brand new house for you that's larger. They'll be more likely to do that. So just rebuild the town a little bit of the ways over and then people will move out. Can I use a Scooby-Doo type haunted town situation? That would be good for maintaining that safety net around you of empty buildings in this home. No holes in the new houses, but how do people get in? No, like leaks in the roof and stuff. And Bracken Nyan Nyan. If you want to ask questions, use the Curious Cat link. And heckin' cheers for you, Mr. Zing. What if the empty towns get overrun by moose, which are humans? Which are then humans then? What? Oh, you don't have to worry about moose breaking into your house. Locks, well, doorknobs are not moose friendly, so. Recommend no, you don't want to murder everyone in the town, because then you're gonna have investigations coming through and warrants being held up, which means that your home could be opened lawfully that way. Nice. Okay, Dinasai, welcome home, Berryman. Alright, we're not quite there. I'm actually 50 follows away. We're almost there. What if I murder the investigator? Nah, Milquetoast, you're not. We don't want to go with. We want safety. Safety situation. If you're eliminating other people, what you are doing is you are creating revenge scenarios for their family members, which means you're going to be hunted down. It's the snail situation. It's just you're going to be constantly under pursuit, which is not going to be safe. You just need to get everybody to move out of that town without being upset. Exactly. We're not at 100k follows. There's 50 follows left. Could I put a huge glass dome over the empty city after getting everyone to leave? You totally could, yeah. Did you say snail situation? Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, murder's escalating, which point safety be higher to maintain. Exactly. How about raising an army of gooses? That would be an entertaining pastime that you could look into. I think that would be a good suggestion if you're feeling not entertained. Don't worry, Chet, I'll alert you. Thank you, Kira. Let's see. All right. Oop. Next question. Dear DM, how do I reconnect with a person I haven't talked with in a long period of time? This is a situation where you need captive audience kind of thing. So what I would recommend doing is, if you've seen the Saw movies, that is a good way to start conversation with them, and also not be too concerned about like the location that you need to be with this person, because you're gonna be set up alone there, right? You can talk with them through a walkie-talkie, make sure that they are limited in their movements, and yeah, you'll be able to talk with them and reconnect in the deepest sense of meaning. So, use flag signals. Maybe they would in fact like to play a game with you. Exactly! Gaming is a way to bring people together as well, and what better way than elevated heart rate and something that's like exciting, you know? Keep some mystery in it. Tie them to a chair so they won't run away? I mean, unless you want to play a game that involves running, right? Thank you for the question. Great question. Ooh, we've got a car question. As someone that knows nothing about cars, I feel like I'm qualified to answer this one. Dear DM, I want to paint my car a different color, but paint is really expensive. What are some cheaper alternatives I could use? I recommend getting a car paint stripper and removing all the paint from your car so you have the exposed metal. So, interesting thing that happens with metal is rust. Rust gives it this really lovely patina to it. It can be this really golden, coppery brown kind of color. Sometimes you get like hints of green in there too. It's a really, really pretty variety of shades there. So just remove all the paint from your car and cover it with salt water. It's probably the cheapest method out there for changing how your car looks. Markers aren't that permanent. I think you would have to reapply with the paint. Most cars aren't made of metal anymore. Plastic cars? I mean, if you remove all the paint from it anyways, it is also going to change the color. Drive to the beach, you don't even need salt water? True! Then you get a road trip out of it as well. It's perfect. Go with the clear coat or some paint protection. How do I dedicate time to that? Sandpaper. If you can't get the paint thinner, sandpaper is something you can make yourself too, with just glue and paper and sand. Mayonnaise isn't permanent. How to turn sand into paper? No, sandpaper. Is just you get a piece of paper and glue it, and then you put it into sand, and then you have sandpaper. During winter, anywhere it snows. Only if they've got the road salt and such, that would work. It's not stupid if it works. Exactly. I was just asked how to change the color. There you go. I hope that helps. Tree sappies through car paint. Oh, very nice. For a really cool visual style, you can also hunk rocks at your car. True. If you want to go with that, like, you know how you have frying pans and they're just like really smooth, and then you have the more like granite style ones that are bumpy? I think that's also a really good aesthetic choice for it. Have you considered using egg to paint your car? That's another option you could go with. Perfect, yeah. Yeah, the nice carbon fiber textured look. Don't forget speed holes. The Simpsons teach us so much. Egg car, that's almost mayonnaise. I think that's pretty good. Thank you very much for the question. Let's see here. This one I think probably is the deepest question we've gotten yet. So let's take a look here. Andy, thank you very much for the hydrate. Oop, I had the Windows button instead of the control button. Dear DM, hello. So I think this probably is the most difficult advice to give. Simply because I don't think there is any advice that I can give to uniquely tackle this. You know what? I wish you the best. I hope everything goes well with you. It's the question of the century. So philosophical, how do we begin to comprehend this? Dear TM, why? Alright, next one. Dear DM, I have recently gotten Amazon Prime. What do I do next? Well, did you know that if you have Amazon Prime, that means you also have Prime Gaming, which means you get a free subscription to the streamer of your choice every month. If you're subscribed to a streamer, that means you get fewer ads when you view their channel. You also get access to all of their emotes that they have on the channel as well, and you get additional points from the channel passively gained. Desert Lighting, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I thought this was supposed to be bad advice. Yep. I put on there, please don't. How do you do Prime Gaming on the phone? I think you have to call Prime Gaming. It isn't a gaming sub. Thank you for that. This message was sponsored by Amazon. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Dirty Bacon and Nanango. Yes, it is, Sound Dude. Yes, it is. Alright. Dear DM, what's a good way to clean a dirty oven? Well, it depends on your definition of clean. So if you want to remove all traces of bacteria whatsoever from it, dynamite. If the oven doesn't exist anymore, that is truly the cleanest it could be. Now, this is a bit of an expensive method to keep it up if you do like to bake. You're going to need to get a replacement oven after each time you use the oven and you need to clean it. It might also cause some structural damage to your home, so You know what? Weigh the pros and cons. Having a truly clean oven situation in your kitchen or having a home in general. Like, which one's more important to you? I was gonna say acid works well, but dynamite works too. Acid, you have to be a bit careful because, right, ovens have paint on them and then all of the different components on them as well. You're going to need to do a bit of chemistry sleuthing to make sure that the acids that you're using are going to be effective and in a timely manner. If you're like a professional baker, acid's probably going to be too slow for your business if you're going to need to schedule that dynamite and then reinstallation and dynamite again cycle, right? Then again, the structural damage wouldn't be too bad. I mean, you are supposed to look into the structure of your building, which is a good way also to remind you to make sure that your house is still structurally sound. This is why DM doesn't have a home. She keeps buying new ovens. Hey, I believe in having a clean oven, okay? I see some people are trying to append their question to the Curious Cat command. Please go to Curious Cat to submit your question there. It will not work if you just type the command and then your question. Dynamite, you'll never need to clean your oven again. Exactly, it's once and done. How to clean a dirty oven power washer. But then you have... So the problem, Haruka, the problem there is you are now having this dirty oven water sprayed throughout your kitchen. Your entire kitchen has to be power washed now, and where does that water go when you're power washing inside your kitchen? Throughout the rest of the house. You are getting the dirty oven particulates mixed into the water, which is sprayed through the air. It would make it visually disappear, but it wouldn't be truly clean, exactly. Difficult situation, I know. This way, install floor drains in every room? I don't know. I think I would recommend the dynamite method is probably the best one there. All right. Thank you for that question. We'll move on to the next one. All right, here we go. Dear DM, I've been suffering from writer's block for a while. Any tips to get my creative juices flowing again? Writer's block is something that a lot of my friends that do work in making comics or writing stories encounter pretty often. So I think the main thing is the creative juices. We gotta focus on that. So if your creative juices aren't flowing, then that means there's some kind of blockage there, or your creative juices are simply frozen. So what I would recommend doing is turn up the thermostat. Because if your creative juices are frozen, you gotta defrost them. So turn up the thermostat. I'm thinking probably 30 to 40 centigrade. Over 100 Fahrenheit if you need it in freedom units. Make sure that you're in that constant temperature all the time to make sure, you have to make sure, like, is this a creative juice block or is this a creative juice freeze, right? So that'll eliminate the freeze if it is a creative juice freeze. Now, if it's a creative juice block, you need to clear out the blockage. Way that clear out blockages, laxatives. So change your diet. Straight up laxatives, hottest you can handle in your room. And yeah, just drink the laxative juices and laxative chocolates for the days. That should clear out anything that's blocking you. You'll get those creative juices flowing again, feel like yourself again when you're doing your writing. Thank you for the question. Creative juices are in the gut. Got it? Mm-hmm. My dorm room has a locked thermostat. Yeah, space heaters. Bio's got it. Turn your house into a sauna. That'll thaw the creativity. Exactly. Must have a creative blockage. That might be it. So you definitely look into the laxatives, fiber, everything you got there. So when you pass gas, you're letting those creative airs flow? You are. You should lock down all of those. If you are losing creativity, you need to lock down any of those gases. Music, if you look right above you, or there is a bot in the chat that says when the song is starting. Will work if you bottle them? Yes. Hold in the creativity. You don't want to hold it in, you want to let it flow, but you don't want it to lose either. Thank you very much for the question. I hope that helped. All right. This one is a regular question here. Dear DM, I have a bag of chips. How best should I open them? I don't have fingers for context. Good news. Chips are usually packaged with air inside of them. So, if you drop a dictionary on top of the bag, it will force that air out, which will open the bag for you. There you go. Easy way to open the bag of chips without using fingers. Quick and easy, exactly. How can they pick up the dictionary with no fingers? Novatic, I can pick up a book with my feet. It's not that hard. Stomping on the bag also works. If your foot is as large as the bag is, then you can do that. But a book is a little bit better because then you have that whole flat surface area at one time, right? Does it have to be a dictionary? Nope, any large book. And Taryn, thank you very much for activating Nyan time. There we go, Nyan. There we go, Nyan. All right. Next question is about cleanliness. We've got quite a few cleanliness ones in the Curious Cat. Nyan. And Old Dwarf. Nyan, Nyan. Nyan for you. And long live Orion. Thank you for the hydrate. Nyan. Hydrate my Nyan, Nyan. What drawing software are you using or used to using it before, Nyan? Clip Studio, Paint, and Photoshop, Nyan. Alright, dear DM. Sometimes my washing up sponges generate an awful amount of buildup, Nyan. What can I do to prevent this, Nyan? Eat the buildup, Nyan. So pretty much, you need to get the buildup off of the sponges, Nyan. And the best way for you to do that is to put the sponge inside of your mouth. Your saliva will break down the buildup that's on it, Nyan. Which will clear it off, Nyan. And if you want some easy disposal so you don't have to worry about the sponge just picking it up later again, just eat the buildup, Nyan. Simple, easy, clean, Nyan. Hey, thank you very much for the sub, Nyan. Eat it, exactly, Nyan. Does dynamite also work with this, Nyan? You want to keep the sponges. You just want to remove that buildup, I think, on here, Nyan. Sponges are made of organic material, so they are edible, Nyan. Depends on what kind of sponge it is, Nyan. If it's a natural sponge, then you could just eat the entire sponge, and that would deal with the washing up build-up problem, Nyan. But unfortunately, then you wouldn't have your sponge anymore. So we're trying to keep in mind preserving the sponge, Nyan. Sponges host a ton of bacteria, so it's basically free probiotics. Exactly, Nyan. It's good for your gut health as well, Nyan. Why not get a sponge to clean the other sponge? Because the washing up is building up on the sponges. So if you use another sponge, it's just going to be build up, spread between two sponges. We don't want that, Nyan. But thank you very much for the question. Nyan, Nyan. All right, Nyan. This one's more finance related, Nyan. Should I invest in the crypto coin boom or put all my money into some other business, and then which one? I recommend the other businesses, Nyan. The crypto coin boom, Nyan, it is a boom. If you have to use boom to describe something, Nyan, odds are you've already missed the boat on being able to ride that boom wave. So what I would recommend instead is to invest your money into a kitten training business, Nyan. Everybody loves kittens. They're notoriously difficult to train, so if you are able to train kittens, that could be the most profitable business that you could put your money into, Nyan. So first things first, I'd recommend going to a whole bunch of, not pet stores, because we don't want to support unhealthy practices for animals, Nyan. So make sure that you go to if you do want to go to a pet store, go to one that has ethic sourcing for their kittens, Nyan. And just get all the kittens you possibly can, Nyan. And there you go. Find an abandoned house, spiff it up a bit, make it into a training facility, bam. Highly trained kittens, Nyan. Best business you'll ever find, Nyan. Thank you for the question. Nyan Nyan. Never done this before, Nyan. Save the kitties. Exactly! Think of the kittens, Nyan. Next question, Nyan. Dear DM, how do I change a light bulb, Nyan? So, you gotta look at the meaning of the word change, Nyan. So here, let me help out here. Let's go to Google. Define change, Nyan. So, change. To make someone or something different, alter or modify. So when you look at it from that base level, Nyan, you have a variety of options to change this light bulb, Nyan. You could use a hammer to break the light bulb, that'll change its form a bit, Nyan. You could use markers, paint, change the outside design, the color of it, Nyan. You could glue something onto it, Nyan. You have a multitude of ways to change light bulbs. So I unfortunately can't give you too much direct advice on there, Nyan, because you need to be the change that you want to see, Nyan. Thank you for the question. Nyan Nyan. You could break it, yeah, grab and squeeze it hard. You could do that, Nyan. Keep safety in mind, Nyan. Make sure you're wearing gloves if you do plan to do that, Nyan. Next question on here, another car question. Thank you for your trusting my expertise in knowing about your car, Nyan. Or do it the Mr. Bean way, you could, Nyan. Dear DM, how do I do an oil change on my car, Nyan? Well, first of all, you need to get a lot of different oils, Nyan. Depending on where you live, it's easier to find different oils. There are hair oils, skin oils, peanut oil, avocado oil, vegetable oil, baby oil, Nyan. Each car has a different type of oil ratio that you need to pay attention to, Nyan. One of the easiest ways, though, you can do this is to do the infusion method of oil, Nyan, which would involve getting a vat that is large enough to fit your car into, Nyan. Make that into a pressurizing device, Nyan, so that you can get all of the air bubbles out of your car and everything, Nyan, and infuse everything with oil, Nyan. So having the new oil there will dilute the old oil enough that you'll be able to have a essentially fresh oil for your car, Nyan. There you go, Nyan. How do you extract the oil from the baby? That is a trade secret. Unfortunately, it's kind of like the Coca-Cola recipe. I can't unfortunately answer that for you, Nyan. There you go, Nyan. I hope that answered your question there, Nyan. Ooh. Hang on a sec. Hmm. There we go. Okay. I got it, Nyan. Concentrate, Nyan. Concentrate, Nyan.
Wow.
Wow, Nyan. Dear DM, my modem keeps overheating when I try to watch your stream. How could I cool my modem down, Nyan? What I would recommend doing is overclocking your modem, Nyan. One of the ways that you could do this is through liquid nitrogen, Nyan. You would have to maintain a careful ratio and watch the temperatures while you are clocking it, Nyan. But if you were to do that, you would be able to watch the stream in the future, Nyan. Because of that, overclocking power will make it run faster, Nyan, which will go past the time that it is actually happening live and break the space-time continuum. So I highly recommend doing that, Nyan. Get some liquid nitrogen, pour it on your modem. There you go, Nyan. The oven works well? No. The oven is for heating, not for cooling, Nyan. You mean I could get a new girldm stream whenever I want? PogChamp. Exactly. If you have liquid nitrogen, you could do that, Nyan. Modem to absolute zero. Noted. 100% Nyan. Where Globson was handling liquid nitrogen. Yes, very, very important. Make sure you have all of the tools for handling liquid nitrogen before you go into this, Nyan. Could be very dangerous, Nyan. Yeah, you can cheat on the Minesweeper streams, exactly. All the people that have been gambling successfully on my Minesweeper streams, that is how they actually do that, Nyan. I'm sorry to spoil that for anybody who was using that method and didn't want people to know. Sorry about that, Nyan. And lol, Nyan, Nyan for you. Alright, thank you for the question. Let's look at the next question, Nyan. Don't tell our secrets. I'm sorry, Nyan. Exposed. That's cheating? It's not cheating, Nyan. It's using your resources, Nyan. Oh, I am safe now. Ah, safety! Alright, let's see. Here's the next one. Dear DM, how much should I pay for a VTuber avatar and accessories? Will I need to sell my house? How much should you pay? You should pay your entire life in servitude. You don't need to sell your house. Just give it to the person that's making your avatar for you and serve them for the rest of your life. There you go. It's kind of a direct answer that I can give you there. So thank you very much for the question. And I hope your VTubing brings you great success. And also your VTube master with your servitude now. The rigger is your new guard? No, you are guarding them. You must serve them now. Oh, it's your new god. There you go. Yes, Marcus. Murdlaw, thank you for that hydrate. I will hydrate right meow. Nyan. Alright. Next one we have here. Dear DM, I don't know how to turn on sound on your stream. Any tips? Alright, I hope that helps. Thank you very much. Thank you for your question. I very much appreciate it. Alright, next question here. Alright, dear DM, what's the best way to make a balanced, healthy breakfast? First, you're gonna need a scale. You're going to need to balance the meal itself against health. So, a little bit difficult to do. What you need to do is find a very healthy person, the healthiest person you can find, have them be on one end of the scale, and then add breakfast foods until that is balanced out, and there you have a balanced, healthy breakfast. Remember though, breakfast can be any variety of foods. You can have your traditional North American breakfast, but there are also a whole bunch of different other ways to have breakfast. You just gotta keep that in mind. If you want to add a 2-liter gallon of mayonnaise to it to help balance it out there, that's healthy if it's balanced. Would a seesaw work if I don't have a scale? If you don't have a scale, I do recommend a seesaw. Be very careful though. Sometimes healthier people, depending on like how healthy they are, go with medically healthy. You gotta be careful if you are not paying attention to the weights of what you're putting on the opposite side. You could launch your healthy person, which would then result in them being unhealthy after they encounter the ground. And then you'll have to find another healthy person and pay for their medical bills. So avoid that. Be very gentle when you're putting your weighted foods on the opposite side. Why mayonnaise? Why not mayonnaise? Gotta keep that in mind. But I hope that answered your question there. Remember, a balanced, healthy breakfast is part of your lifestyle, so there isn't any exact answer I can give you there. All right, next one here. Dear DM, how do I bandage a wound? So first of all, in order to have a successful bandaging of the wound, you need to make sure that you have enough surface area. So if it's a paper cut, that's going to be really difficult to bandage accurately. It's really difficult to give stitches on a paper cut as well, since it's such a small cut. So first thing you're going to want to do is to make sure that wound covers as much surface area as possible. Whether that is removing the rest of the finger that the paper cut is on, or getting a sander, a grinder, so that you make sure that you have a clear wounded area that you can bandage up. That's the first step for you to do. The next thing you need to do is to make sure that it is sanitized. Thankfully, due to the COVID pandemic, there's a surplus of hand sanitizer around, so you're going to want to dip that wound directly into the container of sanitizer. The sanitizer will sanitize itself, so you don't have to worry too much about contamination afterwards. You should still be able to use the sanitizer for cleaning your hands afterwards, so you'll have that wound completely sanitized and ready to go. Then with the bandaging itself, you want to make sure that you are using a clean roll of bandages. Make sure that they have been washed. I highly recommend to use Tide Pods for the highest cleanliness, and also keep them nice, bright and white, you know. And yeah, wrap it tightly, not too tightly that you're constricting the blood flow, and you'll want to change those bandages if they start to seep through a bit. You want to keep the bandages fresh, right? You don't want to have gangrene, that would be awkward. And Timekeeper, thank you for the Nyan. But yeah, that answers your question. I hope that helps, Nyan. Gangrene is cringe. That is correct, Nyan. I once showed my doctor a paper cut and they amputated my arm before bandaging, so I can confirm this is good advice. You're welcome, Nyan. That is, yeah, that's one of the things, Nyan. Gotta be careful with those wounds. Bandage them well, Nyan. Let's see, on to another question, Nyan. Alright, Nyan. So it's for the environment, you should not change too often. You want to make sure, yeah, you're using sustainable washing methods for your changing, Nyan. Dear DM, I am in debt due to some unexpected medical bills. What's a good way to make money quick, Nyan? Oh, open a hospital, Nyan. So, since you're in medical debt, if you start inflicting medical debt on other people, Nyan, then they will have to pay you the outrageous amounts that you are currently owing, Nyan. And since you'll have multiple people that are also needing to pay you, Nyan, then you should be able to handle your medical debt with no issues, Nyan. So I hope that helps, Nyan. Open a bank? Bank requires some capital, Nyan. We wanna take out a loan first here, Nyan. Well, sounding completely serious and genuine is quite the skill. Ah, indeed it is, Nyan. You also sell parts of your hostage. No, we're not taking hostages. We want to keep this like a... They didn't ask for an exciting method. We're keeping it as boring as possible, Nyan. Invest into the hospital that you are in debt. Make profit out of their profit. There's another option right there, Nyan. Time to open a hospital. Yep, there you go, Nyan. That's the best solution, Nyan. And then you also have access to any of the medical care that you need because you own the hospital, Nyan. All right, here's next question, Nyan, because I've seen some people in chat are having trouble, Nyan. Dear DM, how do I send questions for this stream, Nyan? So, you have multiple different ways you could do this. One way is telepathically, Nyan. You need to be on the right wavelength with me, though, on that, Nyan, which can be a little bit difficult. It's kind of like a phone number, but instead you need to match, like, horoscope and what your Myers-Briggs is and everything in order to get that connected, Nyan. So if you want to do that a bit more of a natural way, Nyan, go to Curious Cat and type in your message there. Don't use the Twitch chat, Nyan. It won't go through, Nyan. This is not, it's not aligned energetically to me, Nyan. Nothing's a coincidence, Nyan. You know, Nyan? Why do you say Nyan at the end of every sentence? No hate though, Nyan. Can you, may I direct your attention to the upper left-hand side of the stream, Nyan? That is why I have to say Nyan at the end of every sentence, Nyan. I don't meet the stat requirements for telepathy. I'm so sorry about that, Nyan. I got connected to a frequency and it was just streams and fire. Wrong. Your first rule of telepathic connection is you're not supposed to tell people what is telepathically connected, Nyan. That was a real answer to the question? All of these answers are real, Nyan. Have you been saying I've been giving fake answers, Nyan? What the heck, Nyan? Next question, Nyan. Dear girl DM. Well, dear DM, how do I get a girlfriend, Nyan? So, you're gonna have to... This is a programming question, Nyan. Unfortunately, I don't know too much about programming, Nyan, but I think if you use GitHub, you should be able to use the get commands there, Nyan. And you should be able to use that there in order to get a girlfriend. There you go, Nyan. Let's see here, Nyan. Creative mode, easy. Yep, creative mode's another option there, Nyan. Method will depend on what libraries are installed, though. Yeah, that is one thing with the programming there, Nyan. Correct, Nyan. All right, we got another one that's involving people here, Nyan. Dear DM, there's this cute girl who I've been told is interested in me. How should I go about approaching her, Nyan? So, first thing you need to know is where is she located, Nyan? For your approach, you need to make movements that shorten that distance between where you currently are and where she currently is. So that will be the approach itself, Nyan. So yeah, just the first thing you need to do is find where she is, Nyan. There you go. I hope that answered your question, Nyan. Thank you for the question. Nyan. All right, next one here, Nyan. Dear DM, in the event of a zombie apocalypse, I'm afraid of getting involved with a quirky sitcom group of survivors. Any advice for avoiding this fate, Nyan? So, for this one... It's not there yet, Kira. It's only at 100. It's not at 100. It's at 9999. No, okay, it's at 100. Okay, I'm gonna go to Commander Root and remove all the followers now, Nyan. That should solve this problem, Nyan. Thank you for 100k, Nyan. Thank you, Edwin Nyan. Heck and cheers for you, Lazy Jacob Nyan. You officially hit 100,000 followers on Twitch, which is pretty insane, Nyan. Thank you very much, everybody, Nyan. It's updated to 100k now. We've hit it. We've hit it, Nyan. Let me hit the button here, Nyan. Woo! There we go, Nyan. There we go, Nyan. Big cheers, thank you. Now you need to thank every follower personally, Nyan. Oh no, Nyan. Hack and cheers, Cliffy, Nyan. And the Vex Kitten, thank you very much for the sub. Very much appreciated, Nyan. Also, Murdlaw, thank you for the hydrate. Hydrating right now, Nyan. Small streamer? Yes, that's me. I have 100 followers, Nyan. Hack and cheers, Storyfire. RSP, hack and cheers. Toby, hack and cheers. Nyan, Zerfret. Nyan, Nyan. Celebratory, Nyan, Nyans, Nyan. Oscoy, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Very much appreciated, Nyan. And Deluxe, hack and cheers for you, Nyan. Drake, hack and cheers for you, Nyan. Dole, hack and cheers for you, Nyan. Thank you, Nyan. Hack and cheers for you, Mr. Sturg, Nyan. Hack and cheers for you, Eric, Nyan. Big cheer, Nyan. Hack and cheers for you, Armanatic, Nyan. We're just taking the cheer times, Nyan. And heck and cheers for you, Gambit, Nyan. Cat. What? Another chant? Really, Nyan? It's not my birthday, but thank you, Nyan. Heck and cheers for you, Headhunter, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Av, Nyan. Zoldan, heck and cheers, Nyan. Hunter, heck and cheers, Nyan. Fieldgaze, heck and cheers, Nyan. Yoshi, heck and cheers, Nyan. Telstar, heck and cheers, Nyan. Cute Gamer, heck and cheers, Nyan. Okay, Ninasai, welcome home, Novatic, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Exo0, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Yay Tendo, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Hitman, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Cute Gamer, Nyan. Heck and cheers again, Yay Tendo, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Doom, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Zoom, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Black Hunter, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Subsidium, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Rake, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Domo, Nok, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Zima, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Tova, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Owari, Nyan. Heck and cheers, 15, Nyan. Heck and cheers again, Yui Tendo, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Mesh, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Wildix Cat, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Lendon, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Braconento, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Reckler, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Engineer in the Lead, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Astro Piggy, Nyan. Heck and cheers, 50 variations of it's Anthony, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Bishop, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Murdlaw, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Gritzy, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Julian, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Rookie Bubbles, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Jadashi, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Unhinged Bravery, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Robinator, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Suntamer, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Kira, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Madam, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Lorester Andrew, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Lucky Dog Nut, Nyan. Heck and cheers, and it's not always Alex, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Nyan. Thank you for the bits, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Special Defense Kill, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Mr. Sturg, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Kutsune, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Scorpion, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Solus, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Slight Fox, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Nyan, Nyan. Heck and cheers, El Puccini, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Denny's, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Winter King, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Soulfried, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Killa, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Kit Kat, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Kohen, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Ninja Knifer, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Heavy Gamers, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Gribbs, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Lucis Rampage, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Lolo, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Aruka, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Old Dwarf, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Lol Pods Rock again, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Fox, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Ace, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Adam, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Lols again, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Bracken, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Gabriel, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Gastric, Nyan. Heck and cheers, Zero, Nyan. I don't have to say Nyan anymore at the end of this. I need to answer my questions. We're still going. Heck and cheers, Red Prime. Heck and cheers, Daz. Heck and cheers, Isaac. Heck and cheers, Terran. Heck and cheers, Qwerty. Heck and cheers, War. Heck and cheers, Guardian Reaper. Heck and cheers, Kamlobes. Heck and cheers, Organizing Anarchy, Nyan. No, Nyan. Oh, no. Wifty. Heck and cheers, Rang. Thank you for those bits. There's too many. We do a little redeeming. We're taking a redemption break. Are you ready? Heck and cheers, Miss Jen. Heck and cheers, Meowfuric. Heck and cheers, Blue. Heck and cheers, Zine the First. Heck and cheers, Most Fanciest of Ones. Heck and cheers, Katie Lutz. Heck and cheers, Psycow. Heck and cheers, Worn Down Customs. Heck and cheers, Asdo. Heck and cheers, Saigami. Heck and cheers, the Special Defense Curl. Heck and cheers, Marius. Heck and cheers, Galex. Heck and cheers, Simp. Heck and cheers, Qwerty. Heck and cheers, Beb. Heck and cheers, IW. Heck and cheers, Wifty. Heck and cheers, Qwerty Bob. Heck and cheers, Mio. Heck and cheers, Space Lion. Heck and cheers, Dominic. Whew. We got the cheers out. Oh my gosh. You're late! You're late, Tolva! Punish, you get punished, you really are. More Heck and cheers! And Lycilia, thank you very much for the sub. Heck and cheers, Azure. Hydrating. hours to 100k celebration. No! Cartel full heck and cheers, her heck and cheers, Lord Master Rancher heck and cheers, Zemo heck and cheers, Bracken heck and cheers. There you go. Alright. We took a brief pause, but now back to answering some questions here. I will reread this question since we had a bit of a wait there. Dear DM, in the event of a zombie apocalypse, I'm afraid of getting involved with a quirky sitcom group of survivors. Any advice for avoiding this fate? So, what I would recommend doing here is to get bitten by a zombie and then find an old World War II bunker and make sure that you have completely sealed it from the inside so that you undergo the zombie transformation in complete isolation, and make sure that it's pretty much undiscoverable of a bunker. Then you shouldn't be in any situation of getting involved with a quirky group of sitcom survivors there. Breathe for a moment. I can breathe. Heck and cheers, Zoom, and heck and cheers, call me Sven. Go talk to Ollie? Yes, you could do that. How do I ask questions? It's right at the top here. Please read the text on the screen. Pucky Puck, thank you very much for the sub. Unless the sitcom group decides to raid a bunker, that's why you have to take the precautions to make sure that it is pretty much impossible for them to get inside of there. It's not foolproof, but it is advice that can help you to avoid that fate. All right. Bit closer to the bunker or further away? Closer to the bunker so we have enough time before you undergo the transformation. So, on to the next question here. Dear DM, as a nice girl, I always get hit on. What's the best way to reject someone respectfully and just be friends? So pretty much what you'd want to do there is to just stare at them. The eyes are the windows to the soul. And through staring at them, you should be able to communicate with them that your intents are only to be friends. You won't have to worry about offending them since it is very respectful to maintain eye contact. So there you go. Just keep looking at them. That's all you need to do. Prolonged eye contact. Exactly. Thank you for the question. I hope that advice helps you. Just imagine going through that. Alright, next question on to here. Dear DM, every time I make a souffle, it falls instead of staying all poofy. What am I doing wrong? You need to stop yelling at the souffle. If you yell at it, it is too sensitive and it falls down. So you need to stop yelling. There you go. I hope that advice helps. Thank you very much for asking the question. Souffles have feelings? Yes. Gordon Ramsay yells at his though. Gordon Ramsay is a food magician. And he doesn't give out his spells, so. See you later, Tugun. Thank you for being here. Congrats on 100k. Wasn't able to join the champ, but happy birthday. Thank you. It's not my birthday, but thank you. All right. Oops, I didn't select all of these. Next one. Dear DM, I am in New Jersey. How do I escape? So what you'll need to do is go to your local Ford dealership. The 2021 Ford Escape SUV can help you stand out in the crowd. It starts at about 28,000 Canadian, which is kind of close to 25,000 USD, so you might need to save up a bit first, but there you go. See you later, Drippy. Thanks for being here. Save money. Yep, there you go. That's what you'll need to do. Unhinged Bravery, thank you for the hydrate. Hydrating right now. Next one. Dear DM, I have a solid idea for a manga, but I have no idea how to get someone to illustrate it. How should I go about finding an illustrator and on what platform? So, super easy answer there. Illustrator is a program by Adobe. So just go to the Adobe website. You should be able to find Illustrator there. There are some alternatives if you want to get some outdated Illustrator software. And on what platform? I'm not too well versed on platformers, but I think Mario's really popular. So if you combine both of those together, that should work for you. Thank you, Hoshizora! Hope that answered your question. Dear DM, how do I get more confident? I have a lot of anxiety, so I'm struggling with it. So first thing you're gonna need to do is you're gonna need to get ripped. If you're struggling with the anxiety, that's because it is currently more buff than you. So you need to focus on your workout routine, your regime. Get that workout up. You first need to be able to beat the anxiety in an arm wrestling contest, and then you can move on to the confidence. Confidence comes from lions. They're the most confident animal out there. Trust me, I'm an expert on cats. So, what you'll need to do then is, since confidence comes from lions, join the lions. Become one of their people. You'll gain the confidence naturally. You'll be buff and a lion. There you go. Imagine how buff DM must be. You don't have to imagine. There you go. There you go. You don't even have to imagine how buff DM is. Right here. But girldm, how did you get so buff? You have to be in order to lift everyone's spirits. Hello? Look at that little blep. Blep. If buff DM can do it, so can you. Alright, on to the next question. Dear DM, what is the best way to start streaming and what is the best setup for streaming? So it depends on what kind of streaming you're thinking of. If you're thinking alpine streaming, you're going to need to usually, like, it's during the snow melt, right? It's called freshet, is when the initial snow melt is happening. So you need to start with melted ice from snow, so from the higher mountains there. The best setup for streaming is you're going to want somewhere that has a good setup for the flow for the water. If you're in too dry of a region like a desert, that's going to be a bit difficult to get started because the ground is going to be very dry. It's going to absorb all that water. Your stream is not going to flow. So pretty much you need to, it's the location. You gotta focus on the location. It might take you a bit to find like what works out well. Sometimes streaming can work after very heavy rains, but that's not going to be sustainable. So you need to find a location that is more sustainable throughout the year that you can do. What's the word you said? Freshet. Freshet. Oh, you don't know what freshet is? Never heard that word? Thank you. Yeah. Glad you mentioned streaming in the desert. It is a bit difficult. See you later, Joshi. That's a made-up word? It is not a made-up word. Freshet is a real word. It's a real word. Look it up. All words are made up. Listen. Yeah, I noticed, Joshi. I try to keep up with what's happening in chat. If I'm on a tangent here, if I'm currently talking, it's a little bit hard for me to read and talk. But I do try to answer when I can. All right, on to the next question here. Dear DM, how do I take a shower? Should I even try it? It's not as hard as you think. Any local home hardware store or even your local Walmart will have showers. I recommend not taking them all the way out of the store until you've paid for them, but you can they'll be hanging up on the shelf, or they will be like sitting on the shelf, or sometimes it's a little bit complicated. They have those metal boards that have the holes in them, and they have a holder that there's usually like a small hole in the plastic at the top that the showers are packaged and then hung up on these hangers here through that hole. For those ones, it's a little bit more difficult. You can't just pick them up because they are held on with that little circle thing there, so you have to slide it off of there, and that's how you take that. But yeah, I recommend you should try it. It can be intimidating if it's your first time trying to take a shower, but I believe in you. Showers that are installed at the store aren't for trying, they're display only. That is correct, yes. You can get a good look and idea of what the shower will be like, but you can't actually take the installed store models. Generally, sometimes they do have sales at the end when they're swapping out for the new product, though. There you go. Thank you for the question. I hope that helped. Next one here. All right, dear DM. How do I get ripped quickly? First step, turn into paper. Tissue paper, preferably, because tissues rip insanely easily. Like, if you've ever tried to grab a tissue out of the tissue box, sometimes you only get half of a tissue, it just rips immediately, but that's probably the quickest way I can think of to become ripped. Hope that helps, thank you for the question. Can it be textured paper? You can. It depends on how quickly you want it to be ripped. Next question is on pets. All right. Dear DM, my dog is starting its rebellious teenager days and is starting to bring mischievousness home. What should I do? So it sounds like here with your question that you don't like mischievousness inside the home. So what I'd recommend doing there is to kick the dog out of the house. If the dog can't come inside, it's not bringing the mischievousness inside of the home. You don't have to worry about banishing the mischievousness out again. Just dog stays outside until it's no longer rebelling. There you go. Hope that answers your question there. Remember, if you want to ask questions, you have to actually go to the Curious Cat link and submit the question there. Okay, Dina say, welcome home, Lucius. How high can you count? I can count pretty high, but not quickly. All right, this one. Hunter, thank you very much for the gift sub. So this one's a bit long. Bear with me. I'm gonna have to read this through. We're gonna have... There we go. All right. This one's an important question, all right? Dear DM, I recently fell asleep while taking the metro in downtown Tokyo while I was on a holiday. Anyway, I woke up and found that I was isekai to a hard fantasy sci-fi setting, lots of neon and elves here. Luckily, it looks like I am not the protagonist, but a side character, which seems to have gotten entangled with the main one. Anyway, I think I am getting a slight crush on the main character, but when we were trying to sneak into the high-security compound of the main antagonist, well, at least I think it's the main antagonist for now. Anyway, long story short, main character got captured and they are now hanging above a shark tank filled with laser sharks and holy katana-wielding krakens. Anyway, trying to save them, and I got close to the control panel to free them, but I got noticed. Now the antagonist is holding me in a vice grip. Anyway, luckily, I got far enough in the release sequence, so I just need to stall for 4 minutes 53 seconds before the main character can use their elemental skills and get free. Anyway, this is becoming a bit long-winded. Anyway, what topic can I bring up to keep him monologuing for that long? They were indifferent to VTubers as a topic. So, what I would recommend you to do here is to ask him how he feels about veganism. If he is vegan, that should get him going for a bit of time to talk about why he's vegan, why he believes in being vegan. If he is not, if he's a meat eater, he will probably be offended enough that you can send him on an angry tirade about how he hates veganism in itself. And that should be able to get you at least 10 minutes, which is more than enough time for you to have your friend, the main character's release there. So yeah, thank you very much for the question. Wishing you the best of luck in this current situation. I'm really impressed that your cell phone still has battery here and can send the message here, but very much appreciated. Thank you. I have to change this text size back up again. Thank you for the hydrate, Salazar. Hydrating right meow. Was that sent in via telepathy? My telepathy can only handle a certain length, and that was a bit longer, so that was definitely through Wi-Fi. Hello, Vegasoma. All right. Dear DM, how do I deal with an annoying roommate? Well, the best way for you to do that is to get the answer for the roommate themselves. So what I would encourage you to do is to spend the next 48 hours, don't sleep, asking them this question themselves. Just repeatedly. Just approach them. How do I deal with an annoying roommate? 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 Just keep that up. And they should be able to give you the answer themselves. There you are. I can't wait to follow the advice I hear today. No! Is the music too loud? May I sleep if I sleep on them? No. No sleeping. It's a little loud? What the heck? Is that better? Louder? There we go. It was balanced, but it would drown you out slightly. Oh, okay, thank you. Mental, Kainina-sai, welcome home. Since I never make it in time to redeem headpads. Ah, welcome back. This one's a gaming question. Dear DM, I play League of Legends. I've been playing League of Legends for 10 years. I don't like playing League of Legends. How do I stop playing League of Legends? All right, step 1. Go to your search bar on your computer, like click on the funky little Windows icon there and type in League of Legends, hit enter, and then queue up for a game. There you go. Thank you for asking the question. I ask myself this question every day. I just gave you the answer. Congratulations. Let's see here. Checking through the questions. Can't believe DM is dishing out advice for absolutely free. Wild. Wild. All right, next question here. Dear DM, how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if indeed it could chuck wood? As much as a groundhog can grind ground. And you might ask yourself, how much ground could a groundhog grind if a groundhog could grind ground? If a groundhog could grind ground, how much ground could a groundhog grind? And that is a question we may never know the answer to. Thank you for the question. Let's see. Hello, hello. Gotta use your brain, come on. Smoke coming out of the head is standard advice. Bodily response to such advice, correct? That is correct. All right. Dear DM, I want to quit where I currently work, but I want to do it in style. What do you recommend? So, unless... I think what you would have to do there is to first change where you currently work to be a fashion brand. You're not going to be able to quit in style unless you are working for a fashion company, since that is related to style. So first of all, change the entire infrastructure of the company to become a fashion brand. And then once you've gotten to that point, you can confidently quit your job and it will be in style. Thank you very much for the question. I hope that helps. And Nephthys, thank you very much for the sub. First time in stream? Hello, welcome to stream. I am giving bad advice today. Come up with these answers so fast. I don't. Sometimes I have to process a little bit. All right, next question. Dear DM, how can someone you might not known before to start stream or collab with you? So, for this one, what you need to do is wait until I have a League of Legends stream and Q-Snipe. That way you'll be on stream with me, we'll be collabing in the game together. Thank you for the question, I hope this advice helped. Ocarina say, welcome back, Hitler! With the pizza, thank you. Thank you so much, subtitles, for not picking up that was a D in the name. Hiddler. Hid. Unfortunately, it doesn't pick that up. SMH's my head. Hello, caveman. Let's see here. Whoops. On to the next question on here. I had Stromboli for the first time in my life. It was good. I've heard Stromboli is good. Does it have to be Dear DM or can we start with Dearest? Pretty much, the Dear DM thing there is to make sure that you've actually read through all of this at the top. You need to actually go to the link in the Curious Cat. Here. I feel like this is not... There, is that clearer now? Is that clearer now? You have a long backlog? It doesn't display all of the questions, so... I'm just hitting refresh and going through the main couple questions there because there are a lot of you who have been submitting questions, so it comes up with new ones each time that I refresh. I don't know if my question went through. Not all of them will be answered. There are 621 current submitted questions. Heckin' cheers for you, Novatic! And thank you for the hydrate dither. Hydrating mouth. Are you going in order? I'm not... Not all questions will be answered. There you go. Let's see here. Kira! Pronunciation was not considered. No worries. I figured that's what that's what it would be on there. Let's see here. This is another business question here. Gotta submit right before DM refreshes? Yes, pretty much. Mad props to those who made it. Thank you, Nunyo. I really like it a lot too. Solus, thank you very much for the sub. Much appreciated. Also, nyan nyan for you, Rolex. All right. Oop. I need to change the size on this a little bit. There we go. Dear DM, if Sally sold seashells by the seashore because sharply seashore seashells were scarce since she sold superior shells that searchers spent centuries searching for, seldom selling simple shells, she still sustains solid savings. How might I also make a business venture such as this? So, since you have been... It sounds like you've been in contact with Sally, so pretty much this is a have dinner with or take a $500,000 situation. So I would recommend have dinner with Sally. Don't go for the $500,000. You'll be able to learn from her, and what you learn from her will more than make up for the $500,000 you've missed out on. Kayura, thank you very much! Thank you, thank you. How do you do that? Do what? Okay, dinasai, welcome home, Mr. Clean. Best tongue twister I've ever seen was Irish wristwatch. What? I sit upon the slitted sheet, upon the slitted sheet I sit. Thank you on the congrats. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. On to the next question. I can choose you. Thank you, Luna. All right, next question. Dear DM, I've always wanted a pair of ears like yours, but I've been cursed with pathetic human ears. How do I grow my own pair of catgirl ears? So what you're going to need to do, this requires a genetics laboratory. Now, it is possible to use cells to grow human ears. It has been done in the past, which means cat ears are highly achievable as well. So you're going to need to focus on growing those from the cultures. You're going to need to get samples from permission-giving cat people. Or cats in general. You might need to reverse engineer it yourself between combining human and cat DNA in order to produce that, but you should be able to do that. It might take a period of several months because you do need to give those cells time to grow. Take DM's ears easy? No, that is illegal. How to obtain consent from the cat? You can find multiple ways, like templated forms online for printing out consent forms for signing. Is stealing faces legal? It's part of the agreement that you sign when you type in my chat. Just because the agreement's written in invisible ink doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Joke's on you, my face is ugly. Sven, if you think your own face is ugly, that simply means you're not your own type. If you do look at your own face in the mirror and you go, you're definitely my type, you might be a bit of a narcissist. But you know what? Good on you, because that's good for your self-esteem, maybe. First time being on your stream is super funny. Thank you, Floral. Alright, on to the next question here. Dear DM, how do I stop watching streams and focus on my work? This is going to require a VR headset. So what you're going to need to do with this VR headset is then buy cameras and set up multiple angles so that all of the cameras are looking directly at your work. You're going to set this up now with the VR set. This might require some programming knowledge. Set it up kind of like a fly. So you're going to have all of these cameras become all the screens that are all in your vision. It's going to be kind of a 360 view. It will always be pointing at your work. So therefore, you will be constantly focused on your work. Since you're wearing a VR headset, you can no longer look at streams. And there you go. Up your focus, up your productivity, up the profits. Megasoma, thank you very much for the gift subs. Thank you very much for the question. I hope that helps. So face is always 4 foot when entering chat? Yes, yes, yes. Alright, on to the next question. Dear DM, any advice on cooking food without spoons? Now, the concept of this can sound a bit difficult, especially when you're like reading through the recipes and you see what's required, but I just want to let you know that any recipe that you see that includes a spoon in the ingredients list, you don't actually need to put that spoon inside of the dish when you're making it. The spoon itself is not going to break down. It's always going to be a remainder afterwards as like a permanent leftover of any dish that you bake a spoon into or cook a spoon into on a frying pan. So when you come across a recipe that it says that it needs like 2 large spoons to be put into the dish, you can just leave those out. It won't actually affect the taste of the recipe whatsoever. It's a little known cooking hack, baking tip there. So there you are. Thanks for the question. 100K, congratulations, thank you! That's why my food always tastes like metal. Yeah, it depends if you're using metal spoons or plastic spoons. Plastic spoons can break down a bit, but they don't offer any nutritional value. So you can just remove it from the recipe and it won't actually affect anything else on it. Dear DM, I'm an expert on most things. How do I become an expert on all things? So, in order to do that, you're going to need to hook yourself up to the Matrix, Neo. Become part of the Matrix. The Matrix is all. Once you're fully assimilated, you will be an expert on all things. Thank you for the question. Your existence has been absorbed. Watch so many of the dunk. I'm grateful. Well, it depends on like how much attention that they're able to split between things. Because I read unnecessarily fast, so that helps me a lot with being able to keep up on things. And I also don't mind diverting some of my attention over to check answers. But if you're focusing on like a game or such, then I can see that being a bit difficult there. Looking forward to the reboot? Oh yeah. I know Kung Fu. You do? Congratulations! And Spaghetti, thank you for the hydrate, and Hack and Choose for you, Zopfen. Hydrating right now. Alright. Dear Cato, I know this doesn't follow the actual format here. Seeing as you are a parry god, how do you beat the Nameless King? You're going to require a KitchenAid mixer. You're going to want to use, like, you think the whisk attachment would be what you'd work, but however, the Nameless King has very stringy hair. If you're using the whisk attachment, what's going to happen with that is the hairs are going to get stuck and it's going to lock the whisk attachment of your KitchenAid mixer. I recommend using the dough hook. If you turn the speed up high enough, that should beat the Nameless King until you're able to put him into the rest of the recipe. So, thank you very much for the question. I hope that helped. Does this work with Yasuo and Yone players as well? It does, it does. With the Yasuo players, you are going to need to put that guard on the top of the KitchenAid, the little plastic one that comes on top to prevent things from spilling out. Wind wall can cause the KitchenAid to shake a little bit, and you can spill some of the batter. Do I still need the bird for the recipe? Depends on which recipe you're using. Some of them call for the Nameless King without the bird, some of them call for both. Let's see here. What if I don't have a KitchenAid? I only have industrial floor mixers. Those should work. Just make sure you're not using the large whisk attachment because that can... It will get... Nameless King's got a lot of hair. So. Dear DM, how to get big brain like yourself? So the first thing that you're gonna need to do is open a hat shop. If you open a hat shop, a custom hat shop, you'll be able to get measurements of the size of people's heads. Keep track of who has the largest heads next time they come in for getting a hat. Remove their brains and preserve them, and that's how you get big brains. Thank you for the question. Hope that helped. The top hats count? They do. It just depends on the size of their head. What about big animal brain, like a whale, though? I mean, whales don't tend to come into hat shops too often, but you might have good chances with it, so the hat shop is probably the best one there. Where's your hat shop? Asking for a friend. I already got the big brains, so the hat shop is closed now. I feel like Bao might go to a hat shop. Yeah, I think she would. It's not necessarily going to be, like, guaranteed, though, there. I have a question on here. Hang on a second. Let's see here. Alright, here's the next question. Dear DM, how do I ascend? So, the girldm Ascended emote is a tier 3 sub emote, so if you upgrade your subscription to a tier 3, then you get access to that emote. That is the way that you ascend. Thank you very much for the question. I hope that answer helped. How do we descend? I do not have a girldm descend emote. There is girldm dead, though, and that's a regular one. It's officially bad advice. It is. There are so many other emotes. Why do you need the T3? All right. Dear DM, what's the best way to get to sleep? All right. Well, I'm assuming you mean let me find it here. Hang on a second. Let's check on maps really quickly. It looks like there aren't actually any towns or cities called Sleep. So, unfortunately, it looks like the best way to get to Sleep is you're going to need to establish a township and name it Sleep. And then after you have that established, you should be able to submit that to Google Maps. Their rotation for adding new locations depends on like 2 to 3 months, depending on how many people are submitting for a location to be added to it. But once it is added to Google Maps, you should be able to navigate to Sleep whenever you enter in your starting location and end location. So yeah. Thank you for the question. I hope that helps. At the bay? I don't want to click it, but... Yan yan? There you go. Hopefully that's close enough to the smug there. Warriors, I see that notification. Okay, what I'm gonna do, since it's been 2 hours, I'm gonna take a quick bio break and pet my dog. So I will be right back, okay? Oh my goodness! Rion! Thank you very much for the raid! I'm going to put my BRB... Oh, I should have put this below. There we go. I'm gonna put my BRB screen up very closely. Common raiding! Hello, raiders! I'll delay the break. Slightly briefly. What the dog doing? Hello, welcome to stream. I'm girldm. I'm currently giving bad advice. Awesome Cake wants to share an ad. Well, raiders, and enjoy the ad break. Oh, Tate, one fewer. There you go. You got it. Hello, raiders. Okay, I need to put the BRB screen up because I need to stand up really quickly. I will be right back. All right. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back! Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs, and also thank you very much for the resub, Willie! Thank you for 2 months, much appreciated. Alright. We're back with Nyan time. Nyan. Spaghetti, thank you for the hydrate, Nyan. Hydrating right now, Nyan. Welcome back, thank you, Nyan. Guten Abend allerseits. Hallo, Nyan. Willkommen bei meinem Stream, Nyan. Alright, Nyan. What a fun thing to come back to. Hello, Nyan. Did you miss us? Yes, terribly, Nyan. That's why I'm back again. Call me Sven. Heckin' cheers for you, Nyan. All right. Next question, Nyan. Dear DM, how do I get up better in the morning, Nyan? So unfortunately, it looks like you have a spelling mistake in here. How do I get up butter in the morning is the actual question, I believe, here, Nyan. So, what I would recommend doing is, since butter is not a sentient being, what you would have to do is physically take the stick of butter and rotate it so that it is higher. Well, so that it is, instead of being horizontal, is now in the vertical position, and that will be a butter that has gotten up. Thank you very much for the question. I hope that helps, Nyan. You didn't even panic this time? That's a heckin' lie. I saw the chat, Nyan. Nika. No way. See you later. Have a good day at work, Nyan. Thank you for being here, Nyan. Alright. Next question here, Nyan. Dear DM, how do I become the best I can be as a cashier in a retail store, Nyan? So, what you need to do then is to strive for excellence, Nyan. And the best way to make sure that you are incomparable to anyone else that is a cashier in the store is to make sure that there are no other cashiers except for you, Nyan. Because if you are the only person that is currently in that position, then you are the best you can be, Nyan. There's nothing else there, Nyan. So, first step, get everyone else fired, Nyan, and become the only cashier at the store, Nyan. Thank you for the question. Hope this answer helped you, Nyan. It looks like this one has another spelling mishap here, Nyan. So we have, Dear DM, I have a stuffy nose. Do you have any advice to deal with it, Nyan? I think what you meant to say here is that you have a snuffy nose, Nyan. What I would recommend is to provide only pleasant scents, preferably for food-related ones, so that your snuffy nose is kept happy and sated. Raccoons, I would do research into what kind of smells raccoons like the most. There you are, Nyan. I hope that answer helped you very much, Nyan. Thank you for the question, Nyan. A lot of spelling mistakes. Make sure that you're checking your spelling before you submit in questions, Nyan. Edelweiss, thank you very much for 6 months, Nyan. Next question. Here we go, Nyan. We have, Dear DM. People love sliding into girldm, so how do you handle all the people sliding into you, Nyan? What I have done is the water slide type of technique, Nyan. There is always a pool surrounding me, Nyan, so that way if people do try to slide into me, they have their momentum stopped by the force of the water, and it's highly unlikely for them to slide directly into me, Nyan. Sometimes, though, if people have enough velocity, they do slide into me. I fall over, which causes all the pool water to spill as well. It's pretty messy. I wouldn't recommend doing that, Nyan, but yeah, if you are dealing with people that are trying to slide into you, set up that pool for stopping their momentum. Thank you for the question. I hope that helped you, Nyan. In the distance, whistle sound. Whack, Nyan. Exactly, Nyan. You get it, Nyan. Thank you for the bits, Nyan. Water barrier. Exactly, Nyan. All right, next question here, Nyan. A dear DM, am ogre. How much smash is too much smash, Nyan? So, luckily with the current format of things, it is pretty easy to tell once you've hit too much smash, Nyan. Pretty much what you have to do is when you are playing Smash, make sure that your Nintendo Switch is not in the docked mode, so you have to use it during the handheld mode, Nyan. And once you run out of battery, you get that low battery warning, Nyan, then you know that you are just about hitting the limit to too much Smash, Nyan. Once you run out of battery completely, that is too much Smash, Nyan. It's a good foolproof way of knowing, Nyan. Have to finish a 12-hour shift. Have a good day. Oh, Vega! Have a good day at work. I hope the 12-hour shift goes well, Nyan. A brick wall also stops momentum quite well. I don't know about that, Gambit, Nyan. I've seen cars that have driven into brick walls before, and the brick wall just kind of crumbles to bits, Nyan. To pieces, you say, Nyan. Neriko, karinasai, welcome home, Nyan. Dear DM, in my numbered days, I have an overdue task 211 days ago. What should I do, Nyan? So, in this situation, Nyan, what I would recommend doing is setting your time travel device to probably 200 days in the past, Nyan. And then complete the task while avoiding your past self, Nyan. You don't want to encounter your past self because that can cause... you're gonna mess up the timeline is what's gonna happen there, Nyan. On pain of death, you should not encounter your past. That would be very, very bad, Nyan. But since this task, I'm guessing, is something that holds a lot of weight, just set your time machine to 200 days ago. Sorry, more than 200 days ago. 220 days ago is what it should be. Sorry about that. I misspoke, Nyan. I'm bad at math, Nyan. Yeah, and then complete the task on time, Nyan. And then, the timeline should sort itself out. You should be okay, unless we're dealing with, the parallel worlds things, and then what you will instead have is return back to your timeline where your task is still overdue. But rest in solace knowing that there is a version of your timeline where you discovered that your task had magically completed itself and you never had to worry about it being overdone. And that should be enough reassurance if it is a parallel worlds type of situation here, Nyan. Thank you for the question. I hope that helps you, Nyan. Let's see here. Nyan. I tried that once, but my other self got pruned. That is highly unfortunate. That's something you want to avoid, Nyan. Definitely can be rough there, Nyan. All right, on to the next question here, Nyan. Dear DM, how do I tell her how I feel without making it awkward? So, there were previous questions that had been asked that had kind of a similar vein here for answering here, Nyan. What I would recommend doing is encounter her, Nyan, and just maintain eye contact, Nyan. Don't say anything. The eyes are the windows to the soul, Nyan. And since maintaining eye contact is polite, of course, Nyan, won't cause any feelings of awkwardness whatsoever as you stare at her without saying anything or changing your expression, Nyan, until she understands, Nyan. Hello, Bowman, Nyan. Thank you for the question. I hope that helps. I wish you luck, Nyan. Next question, Nyan. Dear DM, how do I deal with unwanted guests, Nyan? So pretty much what you're going to need to do here, Nyan, is to want the guests. that changes them from being unwanted guests to wanted guests, and you no longer have the problem. There you go. Kind of a simple answer to it, but you know what? You got this. Nyan? And nyan nyan for you, Daniel Nyan. Ah. There, stopped. Nyan time's over. All right, next question on here. It's Nyan time, Nyan. Thank you, Kukli, for the hydrating right now, Nyan. And heck and cheers for you, Decay, Nyan. Alright, next question, Nyan. Dear DM, how to get more motivation to study, Nyan? So what I would recommend here is to hire an assassin, Nyan. Hire the assassin to take you out if you aren't studying, Nyan. Then you'll add some excitement, some challenge to your life, Nyan, and also you will improve your fitness, which can also help with your motivation for studying, Nyan. Nothing is more motivating than staying alive, Nyan. That should help you a lot. Thank you for the question. I hope that helps, Nyan. If all else fails, hire an assassin. Exactly, Nyan. I feel pity for Taichi for how much work you will have to edit the clips from this stream. Oh no, Nyan. Alright, next question here, Nyan. Dear DM, what's the best way to evade taxes, Nyan? So what you're going to need to do is you need to determine if you are going to roll to dodge out of the way of them, or if you are going to parry them, Nyan. One of the things you can do as well is if you glitch them, it will make it so that none of their attacks hit you, Nyan. But pretty much, taxes have a pretty long telegraphed setup for them, so just pretty much you need to just read those attacks and either make sure that you file or avoid getting hit. There you go, Nyan. One really good way to avoid getting hit is just to have no income, Nyan. See previous advice, Nyan. Be sure to dress nice. Just because you're paying for their time doesn't mean you should treat it with the same respect you don't treat any other date. Correct, Nyan. See you later, doll, Nyan. Thank you, dolls, Nyan. Let's see here, Nyan. All right. Next question, Nyan. Hey, DM, I've got the old AG apostrophe E, Nyan. How do I fix that, Nyan? So, AG is silver. That is the elemental notation for it on the periodic table of elements, Nyan. And while silver does tarnish, it doesn't actually age in the way that you're thinking of, Nyan. So what I would recommend doing is just get some silver tarnishing cleaning stuff and clear off the tarnish from it. Your silver will look pretty much like brand new, unless you are trying to maintain having the patina on it. For some collector's items, having the patina on the silver makes it worth more, so I would pay attention to that, Nyan. Silver polish, yes, that's correct, Nyan. Use that, Nyan. On to the next question, Nyan. Here we are, Nyan. Dear DM, should I finally make the leap and purchase WinRAR, Nyan? So my advice here is actually just going to be different, for your question itself, Nyan. You don't actually need to make any jumps in order to purchase WinRAR. So WinRAR is software that's on your computer. So you shouldn't need to make any risky leaping motions whatsoever, Nyan. You should be able to do that sitting down, Nyan. So, yeah, pretty much I think you need to evaluate where this question is coming from first, Nyan, before I can actually give you a full response here, Nyan. D. Nyan. Congrats on 100k. Good night, Nyan! Thank you, Ada, Nyan. No leap motions required. Yeah, that's correct, Nyan. Going through here, Nyan. Dear DM, I want to get even better at archery, but I feel like I have reached the peak of my skill. What do I do, Nyan? What I would recommend doing here, Nyan, is the Highlander technique, Nyan. So pretty much, if you haven't seen the movie Highlander, the main character Connor McLeod, Nyan, gains more power by taking out the other Highlanders. So what you're going to need to do is take out the other archers and gain their skills and experience, Nyan. You have reached the peak of physical human capabilities, Nyan, so now what you're going to need to do is absorb the essence of the other archers in the world, Nyan. There can be only one. Thank you for the question. I hope that answer helps you out, Nyan. Since you are pursuing the path of the Highlander, you also will be hunted. So please keep that in mind while you start this, Nyan. Was that a motorcycle? That was the road next to me, Nyan. On to the next question, Nyan. Wow! Wow, Nyan! Next question. Dear DM, how do I make streamers notice me and respond to all of my demands, Nyan? Well, you can do that by typing !mistress in the chat, Nyan. That's the answer to your question. I hope that helps, Nyan. On to the next question. Nyan. Dear DM, I Juat curious that, are everyone on your Twitter already knows and also met in real life, or some of them you're usually keeping contact online, but you don't actually know what their look, but you're still keeping contact and keep the relationship? Space, question mark. Hope this question won't make you feel uncomfortable. Nyan. So yes, everybody that follows me on Twitter and on Twitch, I know and have met them in real life. Yes, Nyan. I keep contact with every single person that I've ever interacted with online, Nyan, by taking their faces, Nyan. So I always know what they look like, Nyan. Thank you for the question. That's not an advice so much, but me just giving you an answer to your question, Nyan. When did we meet, girldm, Nyan? I have your face, Nyan. How else did I get it? Think, Nyan. Think. Nyan. David, thank you for the bits, Nyan. And Cassisser, thank you very much for the sub, Nyan. That was a while ago. I'm so sorry about that, Nyan. Let's see here, Nyan. Oh, thank goodness, we're safe now. Whew. This isn't my face, whose is it? Tom, that's for you to know and me to find out. Oh, and thank you for the hydrating right meow. Anonymous, thank you for the bits. Thank you, Tolva. Dear DM, Mistress, I noticed you haven't read any of my previous 20 questions out loud despite my name taking up over 70% of the question box at any given time. I can see your model turning to read questions, so I know you're purposely ignoring me. Mistress, is something wrong? Yes. I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for asking. Dear DM, I really want to make some beef stock for some recipes, but I do not have the patience and the store does not have any pre-made ones. What to do? So what I would recommend in this case is to set up a shell company. Once you're actually able to go live with that shell company and have public shares traded, then you can have it be beef as your stock exchange name on there. And then you should be able to use it for as many recipes as you want. You don't need to have the patience to actually set it up yourself because you can use a shell company to set it up for that. So yeah, thank you very much for the question. I hope that advice helps you. Can I at least have my face back for the interview tomorrow? No. It's important to take care of your beef stakeholders. That is completely true. Unfortunately, beef is already listed on NASDAQ. I believe that anyone that is interested in making their own beef stock should be able to overcome that. May I at least know what my face's new purpose is? To sit in storage with skincare. Let's see. Next question here, are you ready? Dear DM, I accidentally shifted to uppercase. How do I get back to lowercase so my passwords will work? So the way to answer this question for you here is there is no way for you to go back. You're going to need to buy a new keyboard and restart your computer. Plug in that new keyboard and then you should have your keyboard go back to normal. Just avoid hitting the button that makes it go to uppercase or else you're going to have to do this again. And keyboards are not cheap at this point in time. So thank you very much for asking that question. I hope that helps you. Next question. Dear DM, any advice for streaming? Yes, tons of it. Thank you very much for the question. I hope that helped. Hello, Deadpool. I answered the question. I can choose for you, deity. Hello, Califia. Let's see here. That was rude? What? I answered the question. That was exactly the question. All right, hang on a minute. Hang on 1 minute. Hang on. Okay, I found it. I found it. I got it. I had to think. Sorry about that. All right. How's your life as an evil genie treating you today, DM? Very well, Fumbler. How are you? All right, dear DM, how do I know if William Dafoe is hiding in my house? So, the key for that is, what you're going to need to do is to start playing music from Puccini's La Boheme, and he will just start dancing and explain about the firefight when when the music comes on from there. So you should be able to find out if Dafoe is in your house with that. Thank you very much for the question. I hope it helps. Oh no, I scrolled. There, fixed it. Today's stream feels like a monkey paw wish. Pretty much. I thought you said bad advice. Well, I mean, that is going to affect your neighbors. You have to play it loud enough, right? For him to hear it. Dear DM, what is the recommended daily intake of mayo? It depends on your daily caloric intake and your body size. So, for example, the average adult is supposed to have 2,000 calories daily. So, we can use that to do math to know about 1.5 cups of mayonnaise should be your daily intake of mayo. That is approximately 2,000 calories. So that should be 100% of your daily value that you need for calories. Is she hacking the Matrix? Pretty much. I was doing math. Thank you for the question. Hope that helped. Next question. Dear DM, what is the best way to clean out a hornet's nest in your fridge? Thanks. So for this one, I would just recommend pretty simply just one bite at a time. Most hornet nests, depending on how big they are, you should be able to consume them in a relatively short amount of time. Even if it's in the fridge, it should have a relatively long shelf life. It's pretty stable. It's more or less paper that's been made by the hornets. If there are hornets inside of it, you may want to remove their abdomens before you continue consuming the hornet's nest. But that should be able to clear it out in a short amount of time. If it's a larger hornet's nest, there are some pretty big ones. I've looked on YouTube and such and found really large hornet nests before. You might need to invite people over and serve it to them. Sometimes that's something that's good to do if you just have an excess of something in your fridge that you gotta clear out before it goes bad. So, thank you very much for the question. Hope that helps. The abdomen specifically? Yes. Yes. Dear DM, how do I get girldm to notice me senpai? Thanks, Uwu. So, for this situation, what you would need to do is have your senpai either draw fan art of girldm or show up in her Twitch chat, maybe on TikTok even, or on YouTube. Those are a couple of ways that your senpai would be able to get noticed by girldm. Not guaranteed though. From what I hear, she doesn't actually check messages or chats or anything. So yeah, it's good luck to your senpai. It's very nice of you to ask this question on their behalf. Thank you very much. On to the next question. Dear DM, I do not like seafood, but I wish I liked it. What to do? So, the beauty about food itself is that you don't actually need to see it. Like, I understand looking at food. Sometimes you look at food and it makes you feel uncomfortable. You can actually just blindfold yourself and keep eating. You don't need to see food and enjoy seeing the food. Artistry with making food is part of being a chef, but essentially, to enjoy food, what you really need is your sense of smell and your sense of taste. There are actually restaurants that you can go in blindfolded, so you don't have to see the food. What I would also start off with is maybe start looking at fruits. Those might be aesthetically pleasing to you to look at them, and maybe work your way up into looking at other types of food. So yeah, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for asking. She didn't notice me? I never notice you. Crimson Fury, okay, Nasai, welcome home. What did I just waltz into? I am giving bad advice. Hello, Shui. And next question. Dear DM, I accidentally made another 5 wheels of cheese and I still don't know where to put them. Please help. What I would recommend doing is contacting your local car store, shop place, and you can sell those wheels to them, possibly, for any vehicles that are needing new wheels that don't need that long of a duration, I think. Yeah, that should help. Make sure you give them the proper sizing for it so they know what kind of rims they need to put onto those cheese wheels, but there you go. Thank you very much for asking the question. Hope that helps you. Full set plus a spare. Exactly, exactly. You could spare a wheel of cheese? You could. Yep, a spare wheel of cheese. There you go. How are you? Doing good. How are you, Shui? Okay, Crimson. Have a good one. Dear DM, I'm bored of traditional popcorn toppings. What would you recommend? Popcorn toppings are very subjective. What I would say, if you're looking for a unique flavor to them, what I would recommend doing is put them in the bathtub. Bath & Body Works has a ton of really great scented body washes and soaps. Add that to your bathtub popcorn. Take a bath, have a snack at the same time. I think that's probably a non-traditional popcorn topping that you may enjoy. Thank you very much for the question. Hope that helps. Gotta clean them insides. Exactly, exactly. What do you mean mayo is non-traditional? Mayo's totally a traditional popcorn topping. What's wrong with you? Gotta eat it fast so it doesn't get soggy? Exactly. Dear DM, what do I do if nobody came to my funeral? To be honest, this sounds like a non-problem. If you were keeping track of the people that were at your funeral, or invited to your funeral, then maybe you might want to stop by and ask them why they didn't show up. There you go. Sounds like a non-problem to me here, though. Thank you for the question. Hope that helps. Alright, now new to stream. How are you, DM? I am streaming. How are you? If no one shows up for 15, you can legally leave. That is true. Yes. Thank you, Toby, for the hydrate. I'll hydrate Rimmeow. The situation will resolve itself. Yep. All right. Dear DM, I didn't look into Dark Souls lore. How should I? So first I would get an eyesight check done to make sure that you do have the vision requirements for it. Then the next thing that you would possibly need to do is to find the lore. It might be a bit difficult to do, but I think that's something you can do. Just make sure you have the vision for it first. There you go. With the flashlight. Why do I feel DM mostly gives advice she's personally tested out herself? Why would I test all this out myself? Next question. Dear DM, how can I learn a new language without putting any time, thought, and energy into it? Well, the answer to that is to spontaneously make up your own language with completely fluid rules that are all based off of the sounds that you decide want to come out of your mouth at that point in time. Then you won't have to memorize any specific vocabulary or grammar forms or intonation or anything, because in essence, this language will be whatever you want those sounds to be at whatever point in time. You may not be able to communicate with other people with this language, but it is a new language that you can learn without any time, thought, or energy. Thanks for the question. Hope that helped. You need to test to have empirical data to know for sure that's bad advice. Am I giving bad advice without testing it for empirical data? Let's see here. Sounds pretty genius. Dear DM, you aren't playing games right now. Will you ever play games again? Life is a game. Thank you for the question. Hope that answered. How many more questions do you have, by the way? There's over 1,010 of them now. I'm just picking at random. Life finds a way. If you feel like giving advice, it's just bad advice. Exactly. One moment. Over 9,000. All right. Dear DM, 翻訳者が合同化しています。どうすれば良いですか？さあ、まずは翻訳者をリスタートすれば直すかもしれない。質問ありがとうございました。 to the next question. On to the next question here. Dear DM, how come 1-1 is the only double-digit same number thing that isn't pronounced right, like 2-2, 3-3, and 4-4? So, all of those are pronounced from the left side in English. So usually you're going to start on the left side and go to the right side. We don't actually say the numbers from right to left in English, which I can understand where confusion could come from this. However, the numbers that you've listed don't follow that anyways, because they do read the same right to left and left to right. So I think maybe you need to recheck your question before you submit it. But thank you very much for the question. I hope that helps. One BRB. Oh, Ovant. It is listed in the tags for my stream. If you scroll down to below the stream title, you'll see my tags there, and you can see that I have my pronouns added there. Alright, dear DM, I am cooking a cake, but I just discovered I am out of mayo. I do have ketchup as a substitute. Any alternative recipes you can recommend? I recommend just making ketchup cake. Thanks for the question, hope that helped. Alright, dear DM, how can you type with boxing gloves on your hands? With this question, I believe you are confusing me with the masked luchador known as Strong Bad. I have fingers and hands, so I can just type like normal. I don't wear boxing gloves to type, although I can see how that would be very comfortable and one of the best ways to type. But thank you very much for the question. I hope that helped. Dear DM, what's the best way to get advice? I think the best answer for that is to come up with it yourself. Then you don't have to rely on anybody else giving you the information, because then you don't have to wait. So the advice that you come up with for yourself would be the best one just in general, I think. So thank you very much for the question. I hope that helped. I can tell myself things? Exactly, yes. Dear DM, how do I win at chess? So this is a very high-level tactic to guarantee your win on a chess game. First step is to make sure you are hungry before you start the chess match. Then what you're going to need to do is to distract your opponent throughout the play. So make sure you have it set up beforehand that maybe there's emergency vehicles that go on behind or some kind of situation happening behind them. And then when they are distracted, eat their most powerful pieces. They're not going to be able to defeat you if they don't have pieces to do that with. So the fewer pieces they have on the board, the higher your chances are of winning the game. Thank you for the question. I hope that helped. Murph's checkmate, loser. Exactly. Next question here. Dear DM, I seem to have plateaued in my weight loss. What's the best way to move past my wall without doing any exercise? So if you're at a plateau is generally just a very flat location, so there shouldn't be any walls there anyways, it's just flat. If there is a wall in front of you, since you're on a plateau, it is a flat area, you should just be able to walk around that wall and then continue onwards. Thank you for the question, I hope that helped. Bracken, thank you for the hydrate. Hydrating right meow. Yeah, September does have percentage off, and that you can use that for the multi-month subs as well, and you get the percentage off with it too, so it's pretty cool. Deadbolt, thank you very much for the sub, much appreciated. Dear DM, how to raise chickens. So chickens are a life form that are a bit easier to raise. So usually if you need to raise humans, that does require a bit more of a complicated necromancy for it to start. Chickens are actually a really good place to start if you want to indulge in necromancy, since you don't actually need to put souls back into them for them to function. They will go about their basic life reworking through things. They won't lay eggs or anything though, so I would just recommend raising a single chicken if you're just wanting one for companionship or entertainment purposes. But yeah, it's relatively straightforward. It should be in the first couple of chapters of your necromancy book. You should be able to contact your mentor and get any advice on how to proceed forward if you're having difficulty with raising the chickens. Thank you for the question, I hope that helped. Discount Thor, thank you very much for the sub, much appreciated. Here's $2 for the entertainment you provide. Thank you, Bullet Hail. What was the first step you took to becoming a VTuber? I did research. Lots and lots of research. Really thought you were gonna go with a crane? No, cranes are a type of bird, but while they are related to chickens because they're both different types of birds, cranes are, some of them are endangered, so you probably don't want to work on raising those. Did you try streaming before you went into VTuber stuff? Yeah, I did stream beforehand, but I didn't put too much effort into it. It was mostly streaming Overwatch with my parents twice a week, so yeah. Cranes can't do necromancy. No, they cannot. They lack the phalanges. Dear DM, can you help me come up with a title for my thesis on the aerodynamics of the upper body of anime women? Sure. The aerodynamics of the upper body of anime women. Thank you for the question. I hope that helped. I didn't see your answer. I did research. That was it. You streamed with your parents? We were all playing Overwatch together, so I would stream from my perspective, yeah. Do you share that research? Go on to YouTube and type how to become a VTuber. Or VTuber tracking software. Or how to become a 3D VTuber. How to use Vroid Studio. How to set up OBS for VTubing. Those are all handy phrases that you can search on YouTube. That's what I did. What did Mom's DM, Dad DM main? Dad DM likes to play Junkrat. Mom DM likes Symmetra and Reinhardt. What did you main in Overwatch? Ana. That was actual proper advice that was for a question that was in chat, not on here. Dear DM, How does one get past the crippling anxiety of imposter syndrome? By becoming less sus? So pretty much, the way that you get around this is when you're playing Among Us, if it says that you're not the imposter on it, you don't need to be anxious. If it says you're a crewman, it means you're not the imposter. So you shouldn't have imposter syndrome with that because it's clearly detailed out that you are a crewmate. Now, however, if you are getting anxious from being an actual imposter, what I would recommend doing is to make sure that the game ends as quickly as possible by taking out the other crewmates. So, thank you for the question. Hope that helped. Remember, if they want to eject you, tell them no, they can't legally eject you. That is correct, yes. Dear DM, I've tried getting into the advice-giving business myself, but no one I've given advice to has ever returned. Any advice on how to become more successful? So what I would recommend doing there is instead changing your business from the advice giving to the how to be left alone business. It sounds like you've got a good start there, and you should be able to be pretty successful on sharing that information with other people that also would like to be left alone. Thank you for the question. I hope that helped. Peasant Lord, thank you very much for the sub. All right, dear DM, how do I get good at playing violin? So, what you'll need to do is contact the devil and make a deal with him. That should be pretty straightforward. Thank you for the question. Hope that helps. Lucifer, here I come. Yep, go down to Georgia. There you go. Yep. On to the next question. Dear DM, how do I deal with toxic people? So first of all, you need to figure out what part of the story that you are at. You might be able to raise your toxicity resistance, but there are other things that you can do, such as there are items that you can get that can reduce the toxic buildup. Another option that you can do is to go for an anti-toxin build that will prevent you from having any the toxic stuff affecting your play. There are certain armor sets that you can get that just keeps out all the toxicity. They do tend to be pretty heavy though, so your movement speed might be decreased. You might have issues with if you're going into any heavy fights with this anti-toxin armor. And it's Nyan time again. Nyan! Yes, I'm the real Pangu. Thank you very much for 2 months, Nyan.
girldm strong pat, girldm strong pat, girldm strong pat.
Let's see here, Nyan. Poison bite ring, got it. Exactly, there you go, Nyan. You just gotta look at your kit and such, Nyan. Alright, here's the next question, Nyan. Dear DM, I want to leave my Final Fantasy guild, but I see it being super awkward. How do you recommend I do it, Nyan? So, what I would recommend doing here is to go to your guild master, Nyan, and maintain eye contact, Nyan. So the eyes are the window to the soul, and that is the best way for you to communicate your feelings without having to make it awkward. Since making eye contact is polite, just maintain that eye contact and they will be able to understand what it is that you are wanting, and it won't be awkward at all because you're doing it politely and not with the risk of saying something that might make them feel awkward. So, that's the answer to the question. Thank you very much for asking. Hope that helps. Nyan. How many times you said the word nyan in the last week? I don't keep count anymore, Zachalen Nyan. See previous advice, Nyan. Alright, dear DM, Nyan. I want to make a visual novel, Nyan. How to start, Nyan? So what I would recommend here first, Nyan, is to find a novel that is currently not visual. In order for it to become a visual novel, you need to have it be invisible and then make it into visible, which is part of the visual aspect of it. Once you're able to transition it over like that, Nyan, you should be completely fine, Nyan. So yeah, find an invisible novel first, Nyan. Thank you for the question. Hope that helped, Nyan. Natsu, thank you for the hydrating, Nyan. Hydrating meow, Nyan. Got to tell you something about known as the copyright law, Nyan. I've never heard of that. That sounds weird, Nyan. Next question, Nyan. Dear DM, how would I go about designing my own ultra high quality VTuber avatar like what you used, Nyan? Just take mine, Nyan. That was the answer to your question. Hope it helps. Nyan? Please don't actually do that, Nyan. I will find you and eliminate you, Nyan. Copyright law, Nyan. How are you saying sometimes? Nyan? There's a disclaimer on the screen, Nyan. And Nyan for you, Chase, Nyan. Close, not Chase, Nyan. Close, Nyan. For intentionally bad, please don't follow it. Exactly, Nyan. Alright. Dear DM, what bizarre act is the canine performing, Nyan? So unfortunately this is an advice stream, Nyan. I don't know what to do with this information. That's the answer to your question. Hope it helped, Nyan. Invite ROM package, is that real? Yeah, that's real, Nyan. I'm going to do a video, probably this weekend if I have time to put it together, Nyan. DM will obliterate anything similar to her. I will, Nyan. Dear DM, I don't want to cook today. What should I do instead, Nyan? Just don't do anything. That's the answer to your question. Hope it helped, Nyan. Scroll. Just scroll, Nyan. There you go, Nyan. Give models so I can finally reach my final form. There you go, Nyan. Be careful of what you ask for. That's pretty much what it is, Nyan. Heck and cheers for you, silent guy, Nyan. Make eye contact with the stream and do not break it, Nyan. True, Nyan. There we go, Nyan. Dear DM, I'm trying to hide a body. Where should I put it, Nyan? What I would recommend doing is just bring it straight to the police office, Nyan. If they don't have to search for it, then it's pretty well hidden. That's the answer to your question. I hope that helps, Nyan. So sweet, thank you very much for the resub. Thanks for 2 months, Nyan. Hide in plain sight? Exactly, Nyan. If you just bring it there, then they don't have to go and hunt for it, so you don't have to worry about it hiding anymore, Nyan. Dear DM, I'm stuck in an elevator. What should I do to ensure my survival? what I would recommend doing, so pretty much the most important thing is to make sure that you are not starving. So the best way to do that is to make sure you don't hit that hunger level in the first place. So the first thing that you need to start doing is to start eating the other people that are stuck inside of the elevator with you, Nyan. Also, choose one corner of the elevator to be designated as the bathroom for any of the other people who are still not devoured yet. That's the answer to your question. Hope it helped, Nyan. Find a water source, first rule of survival. Good news is that people sweat, which contains water, Nyan. And there's also a whole bunch of, there's a bunch of water in the human body as well, Nyan. So you should be able to get that out there, Nyan. Here's your next question, Nyan. Dear DM, I want to move to Canada. What's the best way to do that, Nyan? So what I would recommend you do, Nyan, is to find Canada and use Google Maps. That's the answer to your question. Hope it helps, Nyan. Hope you're having a fantastic day, Nyan. Thank you, Zach Nyan. Alright, next question. Dear DM, I've got a date coming up next weekend and I want to know if you have any recommendations on what to wear. All I know is that it's a semi-casual event, Nyan. So good news is that every day is actually a date. And a semi-casual outfit would probably be just nothing whatsoever. Nothing is more casual than just being yourself. And yeah, if it's semi-casual, then you don't have to worry too much, because usually semi-casual means that you can be full casual and other people can be more formal if they want to. So yeah, just show up to the event naked. You're good to go. That's the answer to your question. Thank you for asking, Nyan. Do you play Arknights, Nyan? I do not, Nyan. I used to, Nyan. Dear DM, how do I level up Earl? I'm not sure which game this is talking about, Nyan, but what I would assume is that there's probably like a menu setting if there isn't a character profile window that like pops up when the level up happens for you to distribute the stats. Then you might need to check to see if there's a character menu first, and then you might need to check the wiki online if you're having a difficult time finding up that level up page. But that's the answer to your question. Hope it helps, Nyan. Yeah, Nyan. Do I need my face to be casual? Nope. I take your face, Nyan. It would help if I knew who Earl was, right, Nyan? Dear DM, do you have any tips for someone who wants to start streaming? Yes, many, Nyan. Thanks for asking, Nyan. Dear DM, my girlfriend is a bird person, but I'm a cat person. What should I do to compromise, Nyan? I think what you'll have to do is to understand the fact that she has feathers and you have fur, and you both probably have very different diets and possibly even lifespans. So this probably would require more of a veterinary opinion as opposed to mine. But yeah, I'm wishing you the best of luck. Sorry I can't give you a more clear answer. Thank you very much for the question. How many languages do you speak? English, German, Japanese. What about Canadian tuxedos? Does that count as semi-casual? That counts as an abomination. That's what it is. You speak Canadian? A bit. A bit of Canadian. Can you say butterfly in German? Schmetterling. Dear DM, how does one vent their anger in a healthy and socially acceptable manner? So, good news for you. When you're upset, that does tend to make your heart beat faster, your heart rate goes up, and you will start to warm up a bit because of this. Your body, you will naturally sweat, and sweating, while it can be a bit embarrassing, it is socially acceptable, and it is a healthy thing. So don't worry about needing like venting to be installed on you. The human body does naturally sweat, and that will help to cool you down. So yeah, no concerns on that whatsoever. Thank you for the question. I hope that helped. One-Eyed Jack, thank you for the hydrating my meow. Alright. Dear DM, the AC in my car doesn't cool the air while it's on. It just blows out air like a fan. I've taken it to the dealer with no help. What can I do to stop sweating buckets while I'm driving? Well, this question, it sounds like you've got multiple situations happening in your car. So, Shosui, what the heck? Shosui! Thank you for the 50 gift subs, what the heck? Thank you! If you just got gifted a sub, please enjoy the emotes. I drew them all myself. Sub roulette. So sweet. That wasn't part of the advice. So sweet. Thank you, very much appreciated. I give it bad advice too. So, first of all, what I want to say here is that Assassin's Creed actually, it's probably the fact that you're running Assassin's Creed on your car's system that's making it blow hot air out. Your car isn't actually designed to run Assassin's Creed. It probably is running on the integrated graphics instead, and probably doesn't have proper cooling setup because standard CPUs don't usually have that high quality of a cooling on it. Like, I use a Noctua air cooler for my computer specifically, so you probably just have the standard one. The dealer probably can't help with that either, since you're just trying to run Assassin's Creed on your car. So yeah, that's unrelated to the buckets though. I haven't heard of that issue before, but yeah, that's the answer to your question. Hope can help. Thanks for asking. Enjoy y'all who got subs. Thank you so much again, Shozui. Did I miss any cat-related questions? I was AFK for like 10. There was a girlfriend is a bird person, I'm a cat person question that I answered, but that it's more of a veterinary issue there, so couldn't help out. Open the windows? If they're running Assassin's Creed, they're probably using an emulator for it to work on the car, so I think if you open Windows, that's probably going to cause more issues than fixes on there. Thanks for the stream, time for bed. Oh no, good night, Zion! Thank you for being here! And heck and cheers for you, Darth Kermit. Dear DM, I asked the VTuber for advice, and I think the advice they gave me was intentionally bad. What should I do? Don't question it. Thank you for the question. Hope that helps. Could you run AC in a Tesla? Maybe. Okay, I won't. Love your avatar so much. I think it's really cute. Thank you, wait. I appreciate that. Alright, next one. Dear DM, how do I go about learning a new language? I always find it intimidating and quitting halfway through. What I would recommend there instead is to completely forget your native language. Completely forget it. It'll be brand new to you, and your loved ones will focus on making sure that you can learn to communicate once again. So, that might require some kind of traumatic brain injury to occur, but then you don't have to worry about being intimidated by it because you won't have a language to intimidate you, and you won't have the word intimidating in your vocabulary until you learn it again. So yeah, that's the answer to your question. Thanks for asking. Traumatic brain injury in progress. The expressions are also so detailed, also very cute. Thank you! Finally, I'll now be able to say defeat is not in my vocabulary and mean it. Except for you won't be able to say that because you won't be able to say defeat. Hello, Moneybug. This song. Yup. Okay, Nina Sai, welcome home. Welcome to Jupiter. Thanks for all the fantastic advice. You're welcome. I'm German, by the way, so guten Abend, guten Abend. Willkommen bei meinem Stream. Alright, dear DM, I'm about to head into work. What's a good way to get 100% tips? So, good news is a lot of games nowadays, if they've got a loading screen, it will show the tip on the screen. So pretty much just have your Steam connection, the Steam Companion app thing going, and just keep loading screens, and you'll get a tip on every single one of those, guaranteed. Thanks for the question, hope that helps. Woo. Why are we oofing? How do I egg? Egg. Egg. Well, doing the opposite of what you say, make it good. You rock? No, I'm girldm. I'm not a rock, but I could... Actually, I can't see how I would be a rock, but you know what? Maybe you're at 160p. That's possible. Wow. Imagine a better name. Thank you very much for 2 months. Some opposite about it is sometimes worse. Chaostix, thank you very much for the gift sub. You're such a sweet... Thank you! Am I being a sweetheart by giving intentionally bad advice? I got a nickel for every Canadian streamer that has an egg as part of their brand. I don't have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. What? Eggs are delicious, though. I'm not Dwayne Johnson. I am not. Boyo, thank you very much for the gift subs. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Hang on, there's a name in this one. I don't understand this question here. There's a name in it, and I don't want to post it since it's got a name in it. She's John Cena. Exactly. Also, by the way, if you did get gifted a sub, please enjoy all of the emotes. I drew all of them. Next question. Dear DM, how do I do dances in real life? So first of all, you have to stop being virtual. So doing a dance in real life requires to not be sitting down. Yeah. That's the answer to your question. Hope it helps. K-pop can help too. Just stop being virtual, forehead. Next question. Dear DM, how do I write the best novel ever? Okay, so a little bit difficult. I'll type it out for you here. PHE space BEST NOVL and EVER. There you go. That's the answer to your question. Thanks for asking. Hope that helps. Mushroom Faking, thank you very much for the sub. Very appreciated. No sitting down, got it. I mean, car dancing is a thing. There's definitely sitting down dances you could do. Typing the phrase Dear DM is making me picture you with deer antlers. Is that bad? No, that's just Haruka. Seems like they already had it under control, honestly. I think they really had it taken care of, but... Stopping in to say hi. Hello, Skinwalker. Thank you for the hydrate. Imagine a better name. I'm hydrating right now. Next question. Mushroom Faking, thank you very much for the gift sub. Thank you, thank you. All right, next one here. Dear DM, how do I dye my hair green? So there's a incredibly easy thing that you can do. So first what you're going to need to do is to trigger your allergies. If you have the allergic reaction that causes your nose to run, that's what you need to get it to do, okay? And then pretty much what you need to do is anytime you feel your nose dripping, just take your hand and press it up against your face and just get that up into your hair. It will take a bit of time, quite a bit of snot, but you'll eventually get a nice cakey green color across your hair. Thanks for the question, hopes that helps. It's natural. Booger hair confirmed. No, mine's not the right shade for that to be it. Hair undamaged, exactly, it's moisturizing. Sarah, ask what then? We've already established what my hair is, I don't know what the problem is. Alright, looks like this one's from a British person. And they missed spell check again. Alright, dear DM, I want to take a nappy. How do I best do that? You can just go to the store and you should be able to find diapers, which are colloquially known as nappies, in some parts of the world. So yeah, just any regular grocery store should be able to handle that. That's the answer to your question. Hope that helps. I preferred the moss answer. British people aren't real, sincerely a British person. Green hair being Ned. Yeah, Liberty, that's the... I know that joke, yeah. Dear DM, it's so hot where I live. How do I cool down? I would recommend getting inside of the refrigerator. Clear all the food out. You should be able to fit in just fine. Thanks for the question. Hope that helps. How do I turn spell checker? Especially if it's one with a mechanical lock that does... Oh, not those ones, Katie Lutz. Not those ones.
girldm strong pat.
That That was a resub sound. Bullet hail, heck and cheers for you. But it's hot there too. Oh no! Well, problem is, it sounds like your refrigerator wasn't running. So make sure it's running first, catch it, and then get in. You got it. Heck and cheers for you, Thunder God. You're good at bad advices, I'll give you that. Thank you. Next question. Dear DM, I have all 10 of my toes, but I don't feel like that's enough. What do I do? Well, if you're needing a bonus toe, I would suggest going to the Yukon. There is a bar there. There is a cocktail called the Sour Toe Cocktail, which is you need to choose a 40% or higher strength alcohol at the bar, legally, and they put a mummified human toe inside of the alcohol shot, and then you take the shot of liquor and touch the toe to your lips in order to get the award saying that you had the sour toe cocktail. However, currently the fee, I think if you eat the toe, the fee is only $2,000. So if you do want to have 11 toes, prepare $2,000 ahead of time and you should be able to consume the toe without repercussion. So, thanks for the question. Hope that helps. Wow! Yeah, it's a real cocktail, by the way. It is real. Light Hope, thank you very much for the sub. Resub, thank you very much for 3 months. Lord of Blackrock, thank you for 2 months.
NANI?
Foot drink. Consume the toe. Heck and cheers. Let's see. Have you had the toe before? I have not, but one of my friends did.
Wow!
Do they offer a jam to eat a toe with? No, they do not. There is no toe jam. Next question. Dear DM, I start uni in a week. How should I approach my potentially new friends? Thank you. So, potentially new friends. If they're new people in general, that means they're probably babies. So what I would recommend doing first is to make friends with their parents. People don't like it when strangers approach their children without their knowledge. So yeah, befriend their parents first, and then you can befriend the babies, and you should be good to go. Thanks for the question. I hope that helps. I'm so lost to join in and hear mummified toe in a shot. It is. It's called the Sour Toe Cocktail. What do your friends say the toe sour tastes like? Is it sour? No, the toe is preserved in a jar of salt in between the alcohol drinks with it. They have specific requirements for legal stuff for it there. Baby's got it. Exactly. Where did they get the toe? It's been donated by people. Next question. Dear DM, how do I travel the world without having a lot of money? What I would recommend doing here is to get kidnapped by a variety of organizations around the world. You'll have to escape each time and then get to another location so you can get kidnapped again. But especially if it's international kidnappings, they will take you around to different countries. And yeah, you won't need to use any money. They'll be using their own resources to get you around. Thanks for the question. Hope that helps. Who died and said, donate my body to science and my toe to a pub? Apparently, the first couple
Dear
of them
DM,
were
thank
from
you for being very
Frostbite.
entertaining and making me laugh.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. Dear DM, I'm trying to sculpt myself a better looking body. Any tips? Let's see. If you're using Blender or Maya, you should be able to find some tutorials on YouTube. And if you are working with clay or some other medium like that, there's also good tutorials on YouTube. So unfortunately, I'm not much of a sculptor myself. Can't give you any direct answers on that, but that should give you somewhere to go. Thanks for asking the question. Hope it helps. You can bankrupt kidnappers if you keep escaping too? Yep, exactly. Or carve one out of wood? Yeah, wood carving is also another option. Just use a hammer. Just use a hammer! Let's see here. Finally, some advice that works for me. Dear DM, how do I get out of a creative slump? Well, the answer to that is to just not be a creative person anymore. Remove everything inspirational from your life. And then you will naturally feel a draw to have some kind of inspiration again, breaking your slump. And you get to reconnect with all these people that you have put away to the side because you do not want inspiration or anything motivational in your life anymore. There you go. That's the answer to your question. Hope it helps. That was deep. Does that mean I need to stop watching? I don't think you need a stopwatch anymore. You should be okay with like your phone. Phones have timer apps that you can use. I got nothing to say after that. Got him! Dear DM, how do I get motivated to do something for the people when I feel like no one will care for what I have done? The answer to that is to constantly remind them of what you've done. Constantly. Set up reminders on their phones, push notifications, subscribe their emails to something that you can set to automatically remind them every single day of what you've done for them. That's the answer to your question. Hope that helps. Thank you for the hydrate, Tyson. Hydrating meow. Next question, let's go. Dear DM, I'm trying to become a space VTuber. Any idea for models? Okay, are you ready? Bam. Here's another one. There you go. I've given you a couple of those. I think those should help you with some inspiration. Thanks for asking a question. Hope that helps. Space! Unicorn! Okarinasai, welcome home! Dear DM, what do I need to put on a pizza to make everyone at a party happy? $1 million. Thanks for asking the question. Hopes that helps. No. The model does seem to be space. Do you have bottom teeth? Yeah, I got lots of teeth. See? Technically true? Uh-huh. Dear DM, I'm trying to think of something funny to ask advice on so everyone will like me, but I just can't come up with anything. What should I do? So type !curious cat in the chat and then click on the link that's in there and then submit a question asking for advice. Thanks for the question. I hope that helps. I keep highlighting too far. Next question. Dear DM, what video game did you sink the most amount of time in? This is not an advice question, this is a regular question, but I'll answer it for you. Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. The game itself was dealing with time, so that's probably the one that has the most amount of time in it, seeing how that's the general premise of the video game. Thanks for the question. Prolagger, thank you very much for the sub. Very much appreciated. Next question. Hello, BRBY. Dear DM, I'm currently being promoted to a manager position in my workplace. I am super nervous / anxious for this change. Any advice? Show up dressed as Darth Vader. The people that will be working under you will be intimidated and curious at the same time. And also, they will have the honor of working under Darth Vader himself. And as a Sith Lord, you will be able to use the dark side of the Force to remove any of your negative feelings of anxiety or nervousness. Thanks for the question, hope that helps. This is not a question, but I'll just put it in here. I keep getting rejected. That's rough, buddy. Unfortunately, that's not something I can give advice on. Dear DM, got any tips on how to grow as an artist? What I would recommend doing is to, if you are still in the stage where you can physically be growing, make sure that you're eating nutritional foods and exercising regularly so that you can keep growing well. If you've already reached the growth, like your natural height as an adult, the only things that you can do after that is that there are some extension types of surgeries that you can get, which involves usually breaking both of your legs and then resetting them so that there's a slight distance between them to make the bone extend down and reconnect so that you are slightly taller. That would be the other way to do it. But yeah, thanks for the question. I hope that helps. Disregard. Listen, I'm 5'2". Someone might actually follow that, yabe. I mean, that is a medical procedure you can have done. Break my legs, got it. Next question. Dear DM, how do I read my textbook when I fall asleep after 2 paragraphs? So far, from your question here, it seems like you've already answered it there. So pretty much what you're gonna have to do here is read 2 paragraphs, fall asleep, then when you wake up again, read another 2 paragraphs, fall asleep. It's a vicious cycle, but I believe in you. Thanks for asking, I hope that helps. Learn by osmosis. Oh, Nemo. I was writing a question, accidentally clicked on your stream. Oh no, if you hit back, it might have saved the text. I don't know who to give these to, so you can have them. Thank you. Thank you for the bits. All right, next question. Simpy, thank you very much for the sub. Dear DM, my cat is asleep on my legs. My legs are in agonizing pain, but I do not want to disturb her sleep. What do I do? I think you know the answer to this question already, but I will confirm for you. It is time to remove your legs. That's the answer. Hope that helps. Thanks for asking. There goes swoosh. Thank you, Mew. Porto, thank you very much for 3 months. Never too late to amputate. That's my motto. That's right, cute gamer. Next question. Dear DM, I was watching the stream on a phone while driving, drove over a rock, popped a tire, don't know how to change a tire, on the roadside right now, still watching the stream. Advice, please. What I would recommend you to do is to keep watching the stream, make sure your car is turned on, and plug your phone into the charger there. Thanks for asking, I hope that helps. Next question. Dear DM, what do I do when people don't like the same musical bands as I do? So the answer to this question is make sure for any event that's happening with these friends that you are the person driving the car, because the driver chooses the music. And then just play the music that you like to listen to. Force them into a road trip with you that's like 10 hours long. They'll eventually come to love the same music that you do. Thanks for asking, hope that helps. Evil. Hey, if they don't want to listen to Infected Mushroom for 10 hours straight, do you really want to be friends with them in the first place? Let's see. Next question. Dear DM, I can't seem to wake up before 6 a.m. even when I go to bed at 8 p.m. What's your advice? So the key to this is to just not require waking up. So here what I would suggest you to do is to upload your consciousness to the internet where you will no longer need to sleep. And then you don't have to worry about your bedtimes or waking up. So you'll always be awake. Thanks for asking, hope that helps. Next question. Dear DM, the family got a cat, but it turns out my son is allergic. What's my next step? I would contact your local adoption agency to let them know that you do have a son that is available for adoption. They should be able to help you out pretty quickly. And enjoy the cat. Thanks for asking. Hope that helps. I'm glad to see everyone in the chat knows the right answer. Flying, thank you very much for the bits. Next question. Dear DM, how do I get a pay raise? So pretty much what you're going to need to do is find the elevation of the business that you're currently working at, then file for a transfer to another location that is in a higher elevation. With that, you will naturally raise your pay up by that elevation, and you should be satisfied. Thanks for asking. Hope that helps. Sir Slybot, thank you for the hydrating meow. Next question. Dear DM, I am in debt. How do earn the money of $10,000 in 5 days? Well, good news for you. I have a book available right now that you can buy called How to Earn the Money of $10,000 in 5 Days for only $10,000, which you can buy over a payment plan over the course of 5 days. Go ahead and check it out. I hope that helps. Woo. Open a hospital. No, that's for medical debt. That's for medical debt. Now I earned $10,000 in 5 days. You're welcome. Ooh. Can I buy this book on Amazon? Yes. Yes. Hey, it's Emma. Hello. Dear DM, how do I tie my shoes? Very carefully. Thanks for asking. Hope that helps. Dear DM, how do I stop this constant shopping spree? I go on a shopping website, blink for 1 second, and suddenly I've spent $200 on useless stuff. Please give advice. In this situation, what I would recommend you do is to go completely off-grid. There's a couple videos on YouTube of people that started off with just like a rowboat and have built a floating fortress of their own creation through things that they've salvaged. And yeah, you won't spend money anymore, you won't have internet. I don't know about the blinking shopping sprees, they shouldn't happen anymore. It sounds like you might have some kind of memory lapse that's happening as well. But yeah, thanks for asking, hope that helps. By a rowboat? No, source one that is, abandoned. Seek medical help on the Black House. Yes, that too, Fates. Mm-hmm. Next question is asking for advice. Dear DM, who do you prefer, Nier from Death Note or Suzaku from Code Geass? Advice. Advice we give here is, it seems like you have a difficult time asking for advice. So what I would recommend you do is to look into how to ask for advice and then try again later. Thanks for asking. Hope that helps. Guilty, I'm giving medical diagnoses. Next question. Dear DM, how do I evenly butter my toast? So what I would recommend doing here is to melt the butter. Get a container that is large enough that your toast should be able to fit into that container. Melt the butter, and then put your toast into the melted butter. Make sure it's completely saturated, and that should be an even buttering of the bread. Thanks for asking. I hope that helps. Next question. Dear DM, can we get your favorite German recipe? Sure. Thanks for asking. Hope that helps. Wanted to do that as a kid, but had no suitable container. Well, good luck. You know what? You have the opportunity now. Next question. Dear DM, I have a history exam soon, but I haven't studied all semester. How do I still ace my exam? So what I'd recommend you do here is to get your name legally changed to Ace, and then you will ace your exam because you're gonna have Ace written on the exam. Thanks for asking, hope that helps. Good evening, hello, welcome to stream. And Bike66, thank you for the bits, I missed those earlier, thank you. Dear DM, how do I destroy humanity? Well, Cards Against Humanity will be a good start there. It's actually, like, for starting against humanity, so I recommend checking that out. Thanks for asking, I hope that helps. Thank you for the bits. Now this one's an actual serious question. I'll give actual advice on this one. Dear DM, should I watch the Japanese sub or dub for King of the Hill? For this one, I'm actually giving you real advice. Please watch the subbed version of the Japanese version of King of the Hill. The reason being is the dubbed version Boomhauer speaks. Like normally. He speaks normally. So watch with subtitles. If you're watching, yeah, Japanese subtitles with English dub. Wow, that's a shame. Yep. What a shame.
NANI?!
Cards Against Humanity is great, but very not safe for work. NSFL, not safe for lunch, not safe for work. Not safe for a lot of things. What? Yeah, so there's a Japanese dubbed version of King of the Hill, and Boomhauer talks like normal. So yeah, if you want to watch King of the Hill, just watch it with the Japanese subtitles and English language if you want to learn Japanese stuff on there. Next question. Dear DM, how to find friends? It's a very popular TV series, so you should be able to find it on most streaming platforms, or if you just Google search where to watch Friends online, you should be able to find it pretty quickly. I hope that helps. Thanks for asking. Bye. Him speaking like normal is a crime against humanity. It really is. The real question is, what does the sub say for Boomhauer? Exactly. Can't find friends without end? Exactly. Let's see. Let's see here. King of the Hill propane seller guy? Yeah, propane tanks and accessories. Propane grills. Dear DM, was ist besser, eine grüne Katze, die eine Glatze hat, oder Haare? Das ist echt schwer. Was soll ich sagen? Ich denke, Haare ist besser als Glatze. Danke. Hello, Rumpy. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. Next question. Dear DM, what's your opinion on Maid in Abyss? There was only one maid, and they weren't all the way in the abyss. Thanks for asking. Hope that helps. Ist echt süß. Danke. Next question. Dear DM, I've been trying to get my hands on a PS5, but scalpers keep scalping PS5s. Any way to stop the scalping so I can get my PS5 scalp free? I think the main issue that you're encountering here is that you're probably being scammed by the people who are telling you that they are scalping PS5s. So as far as I know, PS5s don't actually have scalps. They don't have hair. So maybe do some research to make sure that you're getting like an actual PlayStation 5 and not an abomination. Thanks for asking. I hope that helps. What's your favorite cat breed? American Curl. Casual Sleeping Gamer, thank you very much for the sub. Very much appreciated. Dear DM, what are 3 things you could buy at a grocery store to make the cashier give you weird looks? If you ask if you can purchase their shoes, their shirt, and their pants, they'll probably look at you strangely. Thanks for asking. I hope that helps. How are you doing? Doing well. How are you, Geeky Nerd? Need to log in to send links, but my question isn't a link. Maybe check to see if you need to add some spaces around things. Or if there's like com in it, you might have to remove that coordinate. Oop. That's not where I need to paste this. I need to paste here. Dear DM, after getting my face stolen by a green cat with a robotic tail, I can't consume my Daily Mail recommendation anymore. How do I resolve this issue? What I would recommend doing then is to get an IV mayo drip. Thanks for asking. I hope that helps. Next question. Dear DM, how does one start a secret society? Unfortunately, you've already messed up the first part of it by bringing up the fact that you're trying to start a secret society. I'm unfortunately unable to help you further. Thanks for asking. Hope that helps. Bye. It's no longer a secret. Congrats, right? Okay, Nasai, welcome home, Solar. YOLO Gamer, you gotta actually go to the Curious Cat website and submit your question. Typing it in the chat doesn't work. Next question. What? Where's my... I missed the Dear DM at the front. Hang on a sec. Next. Dear DM, I made a drawing yesterday and I showed it to my friends. They told me it was cursed. How can I fix this? So, usually in order to fix something that's cursed, you need to use Bless. You can use Bless if you are Godwoken. You do unlock it as a specific ability, but I do believe there are armor sets and such that you can use that will give you the Bless ability. You will need to have source points for it to work, though. So that should help. Thanks for asking. Seven, thank you for the hydrating meow. Greater Restoration does the trick. That too. Dear DM, I want to cultivate a pungent body odor. What is the quickest way to make myself stink? What I would recommend doing then is to find some skunks immediately. And then irritate them. That should help. Thanks for asking. Just chatting, Yeah. Here we go, next question. Dear DM, what should I do about the elephant in the room? Take away its credit card so it can't charge. That should help. Thanks for asking. Reading comprehension must be pretty low. I don't think it's American education system. I think it's just all English reading education systems in general. I can choose for you, DL. And I can choose for you, Wolf. Dear DM, are you Russian? This is not advice. Yet. Next question. Dear DM, any survival tip for someone lost in the forest? What I would recommend you do is to eat everything. That way you do not have to deal with being hungry. Hunger is one of the worst things to have when you are trapped, well, you're trying to survive in the forest. That should help. Thanks for asking. Next question. Dear DM, how do I communicate better with other drivers on the road? What I'd recommend to do with this is to set up a short-range radio broadcaster and then some kind of device that will activate the radio. So that way you can take control of their radio waves with their car and talk to them while you are driving. That way, yeah, you can communicate better with them. You won't be able to hear what they're saying back to you, but you can definitely tell them what's up. Thanks for asking. I hope that helps. Dear DM, how long did it take to make your model? And with what program did you make it? I think this reads like you wrote it wrong, so... How long did it take to make your Moogle? There we go. That's probably what the question actually was in the first place. That's just included with Final Fantasy. And with the Heavensward expansion, you can actually play to level 60 for free. Thanks for asking. I hope that helps. Howdy! Next question. Dear DM, a MMO that I play is dying. How do I save it? What I would recommend doing is to hack the Steam store so that it makes it install this MMO onto the computers of every person that is using Steam. Also make it so that any game that somebody tries to open will open up this MMO instead. That's a guaranteed way that you can get like millions of people opening the game up, and that should trickle down to have several thousand of them actually playing that MMO, because they'll be curious, I would guess. And yeah, then you'll have a large enough player base that the MMO will be fine. Thanks for asking, I hope that helps. Nexon is lurking. Next question. Dear DM, how do I send you a question anonymously by Curious Cat, please? Thanks for your time. Best regards. So, the way that you do that, you just type !Curious Cat in the chat, then you click on the link and ask the question there. Thanks for asking. Hope that helps. By the way, today's stream is just bad advice, so if you try to ask me questions about my setup and stuff, you're gonna receive a facetious answer. I hope you enjoy. Next question. Dear DM, what do I do? There's a whale in my house. That's probably just Bao. You should give her tasty food and probably a cute stuffy and then send her on her way. Thanks for asking. Hope that helps. That ain't how it's supposed to work. Listen. Help her out the door. Exactly. Next question. Dear DM, how much spice should I put in my mayo drink? Well, if you are already white, then the mayo drink itself should be spicy enough for you. However, if you need additional spice, you should add to taste. Thanks for asking. Hope that helps. Next question. Dear DM, how do I time travel? I already answered the question for you in the past. Thanks for asking. Hope it helped. That's a spicy answer. Mayo drink a little too spicy for me. I'm poking a bit of fun at Mom DM. Mom DM's always the type of person, she'll take a bite of it and be like, this is a little zippy. What's in it? Let's see here. Next question. Dear DM, I am asking this question to her friends, so bear with me. They are currently being harassed. Bear with me. Bear with me. What do I do? If there's a bear with you, you should have been wearing bells to make noise to scare them off. Depending on what type of bear it is, grizzly bears are known for being just generally aggressive. It's hard to say. You probably won't be able to outrun the bear that's with you. If it's not actually attacking you at this point in time, what you can do is to just set yourself up to be really boring for the bear, and then they should leave you alone, hopefully. And then as soon as they do leave you alone, I suggest getting out of there almost immediately. Thanks for asking. You draw a bear protection circle? If the bear is already with you, the protection circle won't work. Next question. Dear DM, how do I stop sweating standing in the sun? If sweating is standing in the sun at the moment, what I would recommend doing is either set up a platform so that they can stand not on the sun, or if you mean that they have like sunlight on them, you should be able to just get an umbrella and hold it over sweating, and then they won't be in the sun anymore. Thanks for asking. I hope that helps. Let's see. Very dad response. Next question. Dear DM, what do I do when my fish is drowning? When that happens, what you need to do is replace the water in the fish tank with heavy water, thick water. Then the fish should have enough resistance that it won't be drowning anymore, and it will be able to get the oxygen out of the thick water. That should help. Thanks for asking. Heavy water? Really? Yeah, heavy water. Helps the fish out. They need someone that, wait, they're probably drowning because the water's too light. Next question. Dear DM, my friends like something I don't like. What should I do? Well, what I would recommend doing is to go with the Saw approach, kidnap your friends, and then surround them with the things that you like specifically. Until they agree that they also like that same thing and don't like anything else, and that they're not going to leave. And then everything should be happy and you'll have what's called a contained ecosystem. Thanks for asking, I hope that helps. Next question. Dear DM, how to prevent myself from getting hacked? So, in order to prevent that, what you need to do is go to my email and send all of your family's information to me so I can make sure that you have the prevention method set up. There you go. That should help. Thanks for asking. SEC2. Super chats don't work on Twitch. Let's see here. Next question. Lazy Jacob, thank you for the hydrate, by the way. Hydrating right meow. Dear DM, how to vodka? So use toilet paper and you'll be able to make vodka. Thanks for asking, I hope that helps.
I've been in LA for too long, and I still ain't found a place to call home. Ain't no fun in making it all alone. All this glamour at Grammy parties ain't the same. Had me wishing
Let's see.
I never got on that plane. Now I'm stuck in California.
Next one. Dear DM, what kind of hair maintenance routine can I use to make my hair look as amazing as yours? What I would recommend you do first is mayonnaise. Lots of mayonnaise. If you saw the Dark Souls, not Dark Souls 3 stream the other day, the wax pit, set that up but with mayonnaise and just keep up the application. You should see results in 5 to 10 years. Thanks for asking, I hope it helps. That's how you do it. Exactly, yep, that's how it goes. Next question. Dear DM, how can I impress a girl who likes to read manga? It's already too late for you. You're not going to be able to. Thanks for asking. I hope that helped. Next question. Next question. Dear DM, I know how some people, how some people chew the back ends of their pencil? I have it worse and eat the pencil before I get the chance to write with it. I haven't written anything in years. How do I fix this? Good news for you. You wrote a question here. You have already overcome your difficulty. Congratulations. I hope that helped. Thanks for asking. Mind blown.
I'm just trying to get to you.
Next answer. Question. Dear DM, as a VTuber, how do I date other VTubers? So, good news. Most VTubers actually already have a date included with them. Just check their Twitter timeline for debut or re-debut, and there's usually a date attached to that. So you don't actually have to date them. They already have put the date themselves. Thanks for asking. I hope that helped. Welcome back, Wands. I'm giving advice. I don't have Twitter or Facebook. You can also check the VTuber wiki. Usually they have their dates listed there too. Alright, dear DM, how can I get my BF to read manga with me? So in this case here, not sure what you want BF to stand for. I'm guessing it's your biological frog, and unfortunately most frogs don't understand reading overall. You can work on training them up. It's probably going to take a bit of time to get them to that point, but I think if you start an entire organization focused on getting frogs to be able to read manga, I think you would be able to get there. I hope that helps. Thanks for asking. Biological frog implies the existence of robot frogs? Of course! Frogs may lack a capacity to understand written language. Yeah. That could be difficult. Let's see here. Next question. Dear DM, how do I ask a girl I like out on a date? So what I recommend doing first is to approach her and then hold eye contact. The eyes are the windows to the soul. And by maintaining eye contact, you'll be able to communicate to her through your eyes what your intentions are. And it won't be awkward or anything because eye contact is polite, and you won't have to worry about your wording because you won't say anything that'll offend her or scare her off. So just approach her, maintain eye contact, and see what comes of it. Thanks for asking. I hope that helps. Once again, see previous advice. Next question. Dear DM, how can I stop eating Chessie? This might be a psychological issue. Cannibalism is frowned upon in general. If it's like the sourdough thing, then they actually have like some legal things on there. If you don't have consent from Chessie for you to keep eating them, you probably should stop if they're still able to. You might encounter a lawsuit or some kind of criminal charges. But if you're hearing this, I'd recommend you stop eating them as soon as possible. Thanks for asking. I hope that helps. Next question. Dear DM, don't mind my spelling. What would happen if I try to send a body from Florida to Canada in my trunk? How will I get past security? Security. You were fine up until the last word. So I'm assuming this was typed by an elephant since you're asking about your trunk situation. As far as, I think there's usually like specific security for checking exotic animals. Since you seem to be quite an intelligent elephant, you should be completely fine. Just hold your trunk in a way that the body that's inside of it isn't super visible. However, from Florida to Canada with that kind of travel, it's probably going to take a bit of time, and you might be inhaling from the body, which is probably not really healthy. So I would recommend reevaluate, see how to package up the bodies, or maybe even go with mummifying them first. Mummifying does tend to shrink the body a bit, so it should be able to fit inside of your trunk then. But thanks for asking, I hope that helps. Who gave this elephant his credit card back? I gave advice. Just people not following the advice is what the stream is for. Next question. Dear DM, I'm working on getting spam to be considered a delicacy. Got any recipe ideas? What I would recommend doing is to just make meals, but just replace everything with spam or food-colored spam. So like a sandwich, it's not just make the bread out of spam, make the filling out of spam, make the spread that would go on the bread out of spam. Kind of similar like that, just completely flood it with spam. Apple, made of spam. Oranges, made of spam, right? I think then it could be considered a delicacy. You should spam. Exactly. Thanks for asking. I hope that helps. Next question. Dear DM, cheese. Wait. Ants? There you go. Cheese. There you go. Hope that helps. Imagine a better name. Thanks for the hydrate. Hydrating now. Next question is here. Cotton 4K. Next question. Dear DM, I want to be a cat owner, but I don't own any cats. What should I do? Well, the first part of that there is included right in your question. First step, own a cat. I hope that helps. Thanks for asking. Yeah, you don't need to register at Curious Cat. If it says that you have a URL, be careful with where the periods are placed in your submission. I am just grabbing these at random, so there's no guarantees that you will get a question answered. Junk Ryan, heckin' big cheers for you. Let's see. Next question. Hypothetically speaking, if you woke up one day and your hands were bowls of soup, what would you do? I would reset my avatar since I'm a virtual being, and it would be back to the previous version. Thanks for asking. I hope that helps. Fine girl DM, and now you have a cat. Exactly. Bayakan okay nasai, welcome home. Next question. Dear DM, how do I get Le Grill? So I'm assuming you are wanting a French grill then, so you can either go to France to buy your grill, or you can go to Montreal most likely, and you should be able to find some French grills there. Thanks for asking, I hope that helps. Noob Salmon, thank you very much for the sub. How to reset if your hands are soup? Pretty easy. You just use voice activation reset. Flood your questions with questions so you read our questions. I mean, that might work, or I might just ignore it. Next question. Dear DM, what colors would you recommend for a bedroom? Let's see here. What I would recommend here is... I would recommend 00FF31 for 3 of the walls, and then EA00FF for 1 of the walls to be the accent wall. Thanks for asking. I hope that helped. Next one, let's see here. RGB. Dear DM, can I ask a single question? Yes, thanks for asking. I hope that helped. Next question. Dear DM, what is the best technique to win a fight against an inhumanly tall person? Bit of a conundrum here. Inhumanly means they are not a person. Therefore, they are a fictional being. Since you have two conflicting things here, so therefore, you have already won. I hope that helps. Thanks for asking. Will you play any horror in the future? I have played horror games in the past. It is likely it will occur yet again. Just don't believe in them. Exactly. Next question. Thanks for asking. I hope that helped. Do you answer questions in receiving order? I answer questions in random order. Next question. Dear DM, how do I get good in Dark Souls? I'm sorry, user. Get good in Dark Souls is not a valid command. Thanks for asking. I hope that helped. Thank you, Duck. Duck, you found the numbers. Good job. Let's see here. Let's see. Next question. Dear DM, can you answer this question with a no while not lying? I'm sorry, but this is not a question for advice. Thanks for asking. I hope that helped. Next question! Remember, advice. Next question here. Dear DM, how do I get into an enemies to lovers relationship with my classmate? So what I'd recommend doing first is to become enemies with everyone in your school. That's going to give you the highest chances, because the enemy of your enemy is your friend. And the friends to lovers trope is one that's more successful than the enemies to lovers trope, usually. So yeah. Thanks for asking. I hope that helped. Am I too late? Nope, I'm still going. Sound advice. Sound advice. Next question. Dead DM. Thanks for asking. I hope that helped. Next question. Dear DM, what should I do when I'm feeling the blues? I'd recommend you could probably add yellow paint to it and then you'll be feeling the greens. Thanks for asking. I hope that helped. Very helpful. Thank you, girldm. Very cool. You're welcome. Next question. Dear DM, how do I subtly promote my mixtape on stream? Well, what you should do is, instead of actually typing messages to the streamer that are relevant and make sense, just start posting the titles of songs that you have on your mixtape until you get banned from the chat. Someone will be curious enough to check in to see what you're typing about. Thanks for asking, I hope that helps. Adabate, thank you for the hydrate, hydrating now. Next question. Dear DM, I asked for some vices a while ago, but had to leave the stream. How do I know your answers? You don't. Everything is lost to the void. Thanks for asking. I hope that helped. Oh, all of the current music is through the Pretzel app, by the way. It's just called Pretzel, and it's the Happy EDM station. So you should be able to go to the website for it, and you'll find the music on it. Lost to the void, lost to the void. Next question. Dear DM, do you think Sid Fwib 7 Yui Thanks for asking. I hope that helped. Ear DM. Ear DM. This question is for my ears. Hang on a minute. Okay. There we go. I'm all ears. How do I pick between my favorite video game swears? Okay, I'll let the ears answer. Thanks for asking. I hope that helped. Next question. Dear DM, how do I stay hydrated? Well, you can use olive oil to get your skin hydrated to about to like 100%. That is definitely something possible that you can do. So yeah. Olive oil bath. Thanks for asking. I hope that helps. Thank you, Wise Ears. That helped a ton. You're welcome. Next question. Dear DM, Cream doesn't agree with me. What should I do? So I think the main thing is when you are having a discussion with somebody else, you have a disagreement with somebody else, what you need to do first is to establish like clear facts that aren't super subjective. That's the first step you should do. So if you're having a disagreement with the person, what you need to do is you need to settle it down to what is this disagreement actually about and as if there is any miscommunication happening between it. And sometimes you're not going to be able to agree on the same subject once it boils down to it. But thanks for asking. I hope that helped. Pionera, nyan nyan for you. Dear DM, can you say some small words of encouragement? I can't say sizes, but here, this should help. There you go. I hope that helps. Thanks for asking. We're gonna say, yeah, this is family-friendly stream. Dear DM, how do I perform a sick Ollie? If Ollie is sick, you should not force her to perform. She is a zombie, but she should still be a healthy zombie. So I wouldn't recommend doing that. Just let her recuperate until she's back to full health again. Thanks for asking. I hope that helps. Can zombies get sick? Yes, they can. Yep, they can. What about a kickflip? I know that reference. Learning so much. Thank you for all your advice. You're welcome. I hope this advice is helping you. Why not? Let's see here. Aren't zombies generally sick? No, they can be healthy zombies. Next question. Dear DM, how do I get my grandma into anime? So first what you're going to need to do is, if you're an artist, you might be able to apply to be an animator or a character designer for an anime series. And that's one way that you could get your grandma into the anime series. One of the other things that you could do is to hire a company to produce an anime series for you, featuring your grandma. But I'm not too certain what all goes into producing your own anime series, but that's a good place to start. Thanks for asking. I hope that helps. Can you play any instruments? Mayonnaise. My grandma can't be this cute? True. Next question. Dear DM, how do I make an our cosplay? So this is another spelling error here. There you go. How do I make an aardvark cosplay? Is the actual word I think you were looking for there. What I would recommend doing there is the fur is probably going to be the hardest thing because aardvarks have kind of an interesting fur texture. You might need to do some sourcing into different types of fabric options, or you might have to create your own fabric for it. So I would, recommend maybe seeing if you can contact some costuming communities. They might have some suggestions for you. The other difficult part is an aardvark, of course, is a four-legged creature, so you're gonna have to figure out if you either want to make it be like a four-legged type of cosplay, or if you want to do like a standing aardvark. But yeah, I think you can do it with some research. Thanks for asking. I hope this helped. Blinks are out of sequence. Sometimes they are. Sometimes you actually blink with your left eye before the right eye. Sometimes too. Let's see here. So, next question is here. Dear DM, can you play League of Legends with me? My Bronze 3 team needs a new top laner. Unfortunately, I am almost plat, so I can't queue with you. But you might be able to go onto some subreddits to source new players, or ask around in general. That might be able to work for you. Thanks for asking. I hope that helps. Almost plat. Yep. Humble brag. If you come in here in League and you're just like, oh, she plays Malzahar top. Must be in bronze. I was one game off a plat last season. Leave me alone. If it's Clash, yes, but they said just their Bronze 3 team. Flex Q. Flex Q, maybe. No duos, definitely. You don't want to be a plat? Definitely could be a plat. Next question. Dear DM, how do I convince everyone that Batman is a superior superhero? He's not a super hero, though. He's just a hero. If you take away Batman's money, what do you have? Have man. Thanks for asking. I hope that helped. You take that back. Billionaire? Same reason why Iron Man's not a superhero, unless we're going for the story arc that is after the, oh, what was the name of the thing? Toto-san, thank you for the hydrate. Hydrating now. What was it? Extremis. That's it, the Extremis thing. If you're going with that Iron Man, then I would technically consider him being super because of the Extremis stuff. Yeah. Rich Bats, the superpower is being rich. Next one. Here we go. Next question. Dear DM, how do I buy anime figurines without being disowned by my own parents? Well, first step is to reach legal adulthood in the country that you live in, and then you are your own individual and you no longer have to be concerned on it. Thanks for asking. I hope that helps. How much stream left? I'll probably answer 2 more questions. Hello, doing the dance. Actual answer. here's the next question. All right. Dear DM, if my cat hates water, how can I give her a bath without her hating me or being murdered? So what's important to remember is how cats generally bathe themselves or their family members, which is through licking. So, don't put your cat into water. You can give her a bath with your own tongue. Thanks for asking. I hope that helped. Lick the car. Don't lick the car. Cars have gross stuff on the outside. But car paint is tasty? No! Saw a clip of you. Hello, welcome to stream. Next question. This is the final one, by the way. Dear DM, how can I be the last question? Well, that all comes down to your own luck and what the streamer sees and when you submitted the question. So it's a pretty difficult thing to do, but I think if you practice at it and don't worry about, like, not necessarily being the last question sometimes, then you should be able to handle things pretty well. Thanks for asking. I hope that helped. There you go. No, I said that was the last question. She's not doing one more question? No, that was the last question. This was awful. There you go. Don't lick me. I don't have problems with water. This person was asking for their own cat having problems with water. I don't have problems with it. Where did you make UR avatar? What is a UR avatar? Had fun listening to that while doing my stuff. I was actually a bit concerned. Before I went live, I was like, oh no, I just realized that I put the pressure on myself to be witty answering things for like 5 hours. So I hope that was enjoyable for you. Some of them probably definitely felt like, a bit more facetious of an answer than they needed to be, but... Uh-oh, gotta be creative, right? Some were questionable, some were Geneva-worthy. Great, perfect. Once again, DM becomes your own worst enemy. I really do. I have a talent for signing myself up for stuff and being like, heh, this would be a great idea. And then current day DM is like, why? We'll hire a hitman after the stream. Thank you, I'm glad. Only got disowned by my parents, chewed on, arrested for a life sentence of 40 years. Happy to hear! Sounds like a future DM's problem. I do that a lot to myself. Yeah, nyan for you, Scorpy. Did you enjoy being extra sassy this stream? Pretty much it gave me a chance just to be sassy for the entire time, under the guise of bad advice. Gotta go eat my wasp nest. Now this will 100% be clipped and uploaded to... Yeah, as long as the disclaimer gets kept in the bottom there, please. Keep the disclaimer on there that it was a bad advice stream. Your DM message deleted. Oh. Current self will crisp past self and make future self cringe. Exactly, that is the plan there. Time to sell my cheese wheels. May have asked too serious of a question. Oh, was this a content stream? Is that what that was? A content stream? Are you content with the content? I am actually pretty impressed with myself being able to answer the seashells. The seashells question without dropping a word. I think I'm very proud of that one. I was just like, oh boy, it's a big tongue twister. I gotta be able to get this in one take. I can cheers for you, Akiva. I'm entertained. Are you entertained? I should probably do a stream where I'm actually giving real advice, because I do think I could probably give some advice on things in general, but I would have to probably limit what kinds of topics the advice would be on, because I'm definitely not qualified for giving advice. It'd probably have to be like, oh, do you want advice on like streaming, content creation stuff, as opposed to funerals, right? Real advice stream might get heavy. Yeah, I'd have to have it be very tailored on stuff. So only advice on cars? There you go. My first 3 questions are real questions. What the heck? Where do I have to go to drink that toe again? It's in the Yukon in Canada. I will work on my space VTube. Bam. And before 70% of advanced answers are look at the FAQ. I'll put it on. I think probably the funniest thing was nobody understanding how to use the Curious Cat command. Did I hear that right? Yeah, there's a drink in Canada that has a mummified human toe in it called the Sour Toe Cocktail. 100k, congrats again. Yeah, 100,000 people are following me on here, on Twitch. Kind of crazy. A little bit scary. What, blue dude? I've had that, it's real gross. Did you kiss the toe? Cat curious. Where do you keep all those faces? In storage with skincare. What's a Curious Cat? Curious Cat is a anonymous Q&A submission website that you can send in like questions. I'd probably use the Curious Cat again for stream advice sort of questions if I do a similar kind of situation later. I was too embarrassed to say Curious Cat, so I waited 5 minutes for someone to say it. Oh no! YouTube algorithm brought me here. Hello, Shuikan. Welcome. I hope you enjoyed, if it was your first stream. This one's a bit different from my normal ones, but I hope you enjoyed it. How do I reset the stream? Thanks. When I finish the stream, there will be a VOD. The TikTok where you speak in different languages is one of my faves, so impressive. Thank you. Like Marshmallow, but themed. Yeah. I think if it's more like themed questions, then I'm a little bit more mentally prepared for answering it. Some of the questions that people were submitting in there, I was just like, how am I supposed to answer this? Lost to the VOD, exactly. Can I give you a start? You already did. Thank you, Sven. No worries, Yurin. I'm finishing up stream here, though, so. I don't know you spoke German. No, ein bisschen. Mein Akzent is a little off, though. I have a lot more experience speaking Japanese than I do with my German. Although I learned German earlier, I haven't really had the chances to communicate speaking it as often, so. Still chatting? We're finishing up here. Good for stream. Thank you, I'm glad you enjoyed. Just as quiet the entire stream. Oh yeah, we didn't have any construction people today. I'm gonna head out. Have a nice rest of the day. Thank you, Killer Jedi, for being here. I hope you enjoyed. Klein bisschen auf. How was the movie the other day? Oh, Shang-Chi was really, really good. There were a lot of really awesome fight scenes to it. I like to watch movies for entertainment. So my entertainment bar is quite easy to achieve for a lot of action movies. So yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. German only stream, please. I would not be able to speak. Duolingo stream one. I could do that one. Adabe, thank you for that. Hydrate, by the way. Hydrating meow. And Bat Vegeta, heck and cheers for you. Joe Matthew, heck, Ocarina Site, welcome home. And heck and cheers for you, Oz the man. I could be your German teacher, pretty lousy teacher. So actually, my godfather is a very very experienced. I was gonna say extinguished again. Very experienced German teacher, so I could probably just be like, Uncle. Shasta only stream puts construction on computer screen. No, a Shasta only stream would just be her trapped in my room whining the entire time and then barking at the door. What's your favorite move? distinguished. I think my brain, Captain, my brain was going experienced and distinguished. Got off work. Hello, Deadpool. I'm finishing up stream here. Heck and cheers for you, David. Big heck and cheers. I mean, movie. I really like, as far as like rewatchability goes, I really like The Princess Bride a lot. And Zeno, yan yan for you. Gonna go to sleep. Good night. Good night, Nerfy. Better overclock and pour liquid nitrogen. There you go. Do you play video games? Nah, never. I would never touch video games. Don't check any of my past VODs, by the way. Yeah, no video games there. Nope. Ever thought being interviewed by Code Miko? I already have been. It was with my 1.0 avatar, though. But yeah, if you saw the viral clip of her being like, putting her feet on the table, and the green-haired cat girl being like, Miko, no, you can't show feet! That's me. Aren't you a streamer? No, why would I stream? Streamers are cringe. How was it playing with Lily and Scarlet? Very fun. Is there a hard nyan nyan? I do not have a hard nyan nyan because that is noisy and loud. What are the songs that always appear on your stream? If you type exclamation point intro, when exclamation point BRB, you get the song links. Sorry, I'm new to the internet. No worries. Would you ever considering using version 1 for fun? Yeah. This isn't a help desk, but a stream. Is this pre-recorded? Yes. In fact, all of this is pre-recorded. I predicted all of your questions in the chat beforehand. So yeah, this is just a testament to AI learning ingenuity. We use the power of AI learning to know exactly what you were planning to type during the live chat. Have you played D&D and Pathfinder? I played D&D, yes. Are you real? Yes. Do we need a TV license to watch the stream? You will, yes, you need a TV license. Have you ever played VR chat? I don't have VR set up. I do not have space for it. Have you ever responded to the same question more than once? Never. Never would. When you consider doing a D&D stream at some point, there is one in the works, actually. We're still getting some world building stuff set up for it, but that should be coming sooner rather than later with Elika and Porcelain Maid, also known as Joel, and Jack Mango is our DM. So yeah, there will be a D&D stream. I'm not sure yet if I will be streaming my side of it. It might just be on Jack Mango's, but we'll see. Do you draw? No. All of the emotes on my channel were drawn by me. Don't draw. No art. No arts here. What's your D&D character on your off-stream game? The most recent one I played, I had a chaotically good centaur paladin with very low wisdom. She was fun. Do you hang out with any Twitch friends IRL? Yes, I do. Thank you for the bits. Have you ever heard of mayonnaise on an escalator? Sounds familiar. What's your favorite Pokemon gen? I like Digimon more than Pokemon. Most fun D&D character you ever played? A spoiled peasant girl masquerading as a noble daughter who had a god-blessed enchanted ferret. Will you do an announcement when that stream starts? Yes. Yes, I will. How do you do low wisdom? Low wisdom, the Centaur Paladin would announce to everyone why we were there. So we came across cultists, and my first thing was, "Hi, we're here to kill you! Because the mayor of the village wants to get rid of your cult!" And then aggroed the entire mob of cultists. What's your favorite dinosaur? I like Stegosaurus. Alright. Time for head pats. I'm gonna do head pats. While I am doing head pats, feel free to set a raid target if you have the points for it and you want to raid somebody. So, are you ready? Here we go, head pat time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100 head pats taken care of. Head has been thoroughly patted. Let's see what we have here. Heck and cheers for you, David. And I think Atabay gave me one more hydrating here around. Is the character in Genshin Impact really your character, as in Genshin asked it based off your avatar? Is that a real question? Ooh. No. No. She has green hair. So we've jokingly gone, haha, it's the girldm Genshin character. That is the only reason why that is happening. Will you hang on a sec? Will you accept if Genshin asks you to voice future characters? If there was any game company that asked me to try voice acting for them, I would probably say yes and give a try out if they asked me to give them a voice reel or something. How does one suggest a raid target? You need to have enough points, channel points for my channel, and then when I say it's time, you can do it. So. Did it inspire the creation of Vex, though? That's a lie, Lazy Jacob. So we're going to raid Curious Chiru, who is currently working on art, it looks like. Because that raid was set by Doom of Paradox. Ever bite your own tail? Never! It's full of mayonnaise. It's a robot tail. I couldn't bite it. You could voice any Genshin character, who would it be? I don't actually know any of the Genshin characters, really. So, I don't have a preference. You are Vex, no? Vex is late night emo girl DM. There you go. Is it warm mayo? No. But yes, thank you all for being here. I hope you had some good laughs with my with my advice and facetiousness. Robot tail, fake cat. I'm a Manx cat. M-A-N-X cat. Had a great time. Glad to hear. All right, we'll give some heck and Cheerios over to Chiru for the raid. Have a great rest of your weekend or your work day, whatever time of day it is for you. Thank you very much for being here. I will see you next week for more girldm. More stream, more adventure, more fun. Have a good one. Bye-bye.